Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes there will only be a few ads, and after that the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience, even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings. That's why I'd like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you like, let me know in the comments where in the world you ray listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they ray essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The single bulb hanging from the porch swung in a slow, lazy arc, its light a dying amber pulse against the deep navy of the coastal night. It cast long, distorted shadows that slid across the warped floorboards of the bungalow, a silent, frantic dance that had begun hours ago when the screen door had slammed shut for the final time. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of salt, stale beer, and something else, something coppery and intimate that clung to the back of the throat. The only sound was the persistent, rhythmic crash of the Atlantic against the cliffs below, a heartbeat for the sleeping city of Port Mercy. Benedict watched the light swing. He stood perfectly still in the center of the room, his hands hanging loose at his sides. The knuckles on his right hand were raw and split, a sticky, dark jewel of blood nestled in the crease of his first finger. He was 24, but his eyes, the color of a winter sea, held a stillness that belonged to a much older man. The body of Beau, a man who wrote fluff pieces about tourist traps and local seafood festivals, lay sprawled near the overturned table. He was not a significant man, he was a message. The others, Leo and Mickey, shifted their weight from foot to foot by the door. Their breathing was shallow, whistling through their teeth. They were watching Benedict, waiting for a sign, a word. The violence had been swift, a brutal and efficient transaction. Beau had asked the wrong questions in the wrong kind of bar, his notebook a provocation. Now the hierarchy had been corrected. The old guard, soft and compromised, was gone. Benedict, with his cold certainty, was the new architecture of their world. He finally moved, walking to the sink and turning the tap. The water ran pink, then clear, over his hands. The coldness of it was a sacrament. He did not look at the body again. "Clean it up," he said, his voice low and without inflection. The pier, the deep water where the currents pull. They moved then, a flurry of nervous energy, wrapping the journalist in a paint-stained tarp. Benedict dried his hands on his jeans and stepped back out onto the porch. The swinging light threw his shadow long and gaunt across the scrub grass toward the cliff edge. He lit a cigarette, the flare of the match a tiny, violent star in the darkness. He owned the fear in that house now. He owned the silence that followed the act. He owned Port Mercy, or he would soon. The city was a beautiful, rotting tooth, its polished white smile for the summer people hiding the decay beneath. He was just the inevitable infection. Gwendolyn first saw him 2 days later at the Rusty Hook, a bar that catered to locals who preferred the dark. She was there with friends from the community college, girls who talked too loud and laughed too easily, trying to taste the danger they had been warned about all their lives. He was in a booth in the back, alone, a glass of whiskey untouched in front of him. He wasn't tea like the boys she knew, all loud boasts and clumsy hands. He was a sculpture of quiet potential energy. He watched the room as if it were a diagram, understanding its pressures and its weaknesses. Their eyes met across the hazy room, and for Gwendolyn it was not a meeting but a capture. A hook set deep. He didn't smile. He simply held her gaze, and in that stillness she felt the thrilling, terrifying sensation of being truly seen. He started appearing places she was. A coincidence, she told herself, and a secret hope. He was at the fish market when she went with her mother on Saturday morning, leaning against a post, watching the gulls wheel and scream. He was walking the boardwalk at dusk when she took her solitary strolls, the neon from the arcades and fortune-teller booths painting his face in fleeting colors. He never approached, not at first. He was a presence, a recurring motif in the landscape of her life. When he finally did speak to her, outside the public library, His voice was softer than she had imagined. "You're always reading," he said. He nodded at the book in her hand, a thick volume of poetry. She clutched the book to her chest, a flimsy shield. "It passes the time." "Time is the one thing we have too much of until we don't have any left," he replied. His eyes were on hers, and she felt a chill that had nothing to do with the ocean breeze. It was the echo of a truth she did not yet understand. Their relationship was a quiet, asymmetrical thing. He would pick her up in his low, dark car, a machine as silent and powerful as he was. They would drive for hours along the coastal roads, the radio off, the only sound the wind and the hum of the tires. He rarely spoke. He would buy her things, a silver bracelet, a scarf the color of the sea at twilight, laying them in her lap like offerings. His touch was deliberate, a hand on the back of her neck, a thumb brushing her wrist, and it made her feel both cherished and possessed. She knew in the vague way one knows things they refuse to name that he was involved in the shadow economy of the city. She had heard the whispers, but she built a fortress of excuses for him. He was misunderstood. He was a product of his environment. He was protecting her from the ugliness of the world. His silence was depth. His coldness was strength. She was stitching her innocence to his corruption, and she called it love. Isabel saw the girl change. She ran the cluttered, cozy bookshop on Harbor Street, and Gwendolyn had been a regular for years, a bright, curious child who had grown into a thoughtful, if overly romantic, young woman. Lately, a veil had descended. The girl's smiles were faint, ghostly things. She jumped at small noises, and she was always with him or waiting for him. Isabel had seen Benedict, too, had watched him from her shop window, a still point in the chaotic flow of the boardwalk. He moved with the predatory patience of a shark. She knew his type. Port Mercy was built on the bones of men like him. Isabel had raised 2 sons in this city and buried a husband. She understood that the true violence was not in the loud, public brawls, but in the quiet, systemic rot. When the story about the missing journalist, Beau, resurfaced in the local paper a few column inches, soon buried by news of the upcoming summer festival, a cold dread settled in her stomach. She remembered Beau. He had come into her shop once, asking questions about the old families, about who really owned the waterfront properties. He had a nervous, bird-like energy. He was not a brave man, but he had stumbled into a dark corner and never stumbled back out. She tried to talk to Gwendolyn. "That young man you've been seeing," she began one afternoon as Gwendolyn browsed the shelves, her mind clearly elsewhere. "He seems very intense." Gwendolyn's face closed like a flower at the first hint of frost. "He good to me, Isabel. You wouldn't understand." "I understand that when a girl starts to look over her shoulder as often as she looks ahead, something is wrong," Isabel said, her voice gentle but firm. "People are talking, Gwen, about him, about what happened to that reporter." Gwendolyn's head snapped up. "They don't know anything. They were just jealous. Benedict says this town is full of small people with small minds." There was a new, hard edge in her voice, an echo of his. Isabel knew then that it was more than infatuation. It was a conversion. She began her own quiet investigation. She talked to the fishermen who drank their coffee at dawn on the docks. She spoke with the waitresses at the all-night diner who saw the comings and goings of the city's underbelly. The story was always the same, told in whispers and sidelong glances. Benedict. He had taken over after the old boss, a man named Sal, had conveniently retired to Florida. There had been a transition, a messy one. A body was implied, though never found. The police, led by a weary, pragmatic detective named Miller, asked their questions and filed their reports. Without a body, without a witness, it was just another missing person in a city that swallowed people whole. Benedict's control tightened. The protection money collected from the boardwalk shops became less a request and more a tax. Leo and Mickey, once jittery, now moved with a swaggering confidence that was almost as frightening as Benedict's stillness. They were his apostles, spreading his gospel of fear. Gwendolyn was his sanctuary. He would come to her small apartment above a closed-down bakery, the smell of old yeast and sugar still clinging to the walls. He would lay his head in her lap and she would run her fingers through his dark hair, feeling the tension in him like a coiled spring. In these moments he was just a boy, burdened and beautiful. She never asked about the blood she sometimes saw under his fingernails. She never asked about the late-night phone calls that pulled him from her bed. She was building her own prison, board by board, and calling it a home. The climax came on a night choked with a thick, rolling fog. It muffled the world, turning the streetlights into blurred, hazy moons. Isabel had finally pieced it together. A fisherman, deep in his cups, had confessed to seeing something on the night Beau disappeared. A tarp, heavy and awkward, being loaded into a boat not from the main docks, but from a secluded cove beneath Benedict's bungalow. It was the final thread. She went to Detective Miller, but he sighed, a man defeated by paperwork and a lack of political will. Without a body, Isabel, it's a ghost story. So she went to the only person she thought could still be reached. She went to Gwendolyn. She found her on the boardwalk, standing at the railing, staring into the impenetrable gray wall of fog. The carnival sounds from the arcade were distant, muted. "He killed that man," Gwendolyn, Isabel said, her voice low and urgent. "He killed Beau and he sank him in the ocean. I have a witness." Gwendolyn didn't turn. "You have a liar. Benedict told me. People are always trying to tear him down, to tear us down." "This isn't a romance novel, child," Isabel's voice broke, a mix of fury and despair. "This is life and death. He is a cancer, and if you stay with him, he will destroy you, either quickly, with violence, or slowly, by making you a part of this. Until you feel it, the guilt is already on you. It's in the air you breathe with him." The word guilt seemed to find a crack in Gwendolyn's armor. She shuddered. She thought of the silver bracelet on her wrist, the price of which she had never dared to calculate. She thought of the long, silent drives and the way he could look at a person as if they were already a memory. It was then that Benedict emerged from the fog, materializing as if from a dream. He had been there, listening. His face was calm, but his eyes were like chips of ice. "Isabel," he said, "you should be home. It's a bad night to be out. Easy to get lost in this." "I am not afraid of you," she said, though her heart was a frantic bird in her chest. "You should be," he replied, his voice barely a whisper. "Not for yourself, but for her." He looked at Gwendolyn. "Come on, Gwen, let us go home." Gwendolyn stood frozen, a statue between the two poles of her world, the kind, determined face of the woman who represented everything safe and known, the beautiful, dangerous face of the man who represented every secret thrill and dark promise. She looked from one to the other, and in that moment the choice was not about truth or lies, but about identity. Who was she, the good girl from Port Mercy, or the queen of its shadows? She took a step toward Benedict. Isabel's face collapsed. "Gwendolyn, no." Benedict's hand closed around Gwendolyn's arm, a possessive, final grip. He looked at Isabel over Gwendolyn's shoulder. "The story ends here, Isabel. Go back to your books. Read about other people's tragedies." He led Gwendolyn away, the two of them swallowed by the fog until they were nothing but ghosts, then nothing at all. Isabel stood alone at the railing, the taste of salt and failure sharp on her tongue. She had lost. Weeks turned into months. Summer burned itself out and gave way to a crisp, windy autumn. The tourist crowds thinned. The story of the missing journalist was officially shelved. Life in Port Mercy moved on as it always did. Benedict's empire grew, solid and silent. He was a businessman now, investing in legitimate ventures, his past a carefully managed rumor. Gwendolyn became a ghost in the city she had grown up in. She lived with Benedict in a modern glass house on the cliffs, a place with stunning views and the constant, deafening sound of the waves. She had everything she had ever thought she wanted, and she was utterly alone. She would catch him looking at her sometimes, not with love, but with a cold assessment, as if checking for structural weaknesses. The guilt that Isabel had spoken of was now a physical presence, a cold stone in her gut. She wore it like a jewel, this guilt, this price of admission into his world. She had chosen the shadow, and now she was part of it, inseparable. One evening she was walking through the quiet, polished rooms of the glass house. The sun was setting the sky on fire. She paused by a small, locked drawer in Benedict's desk. He had never let her see inside. On an impulse, a quiet rebellion born of a year of suffocating silence, she took a letter opener and jimmied the cheap lock. Inside there was no gun, no stack of money. There was only a single, small object, a cheap plastic pen, the kind given away as advertising. The logo was faded, but she could still make it out. It was from the Port Mercy Inn, where Beau, the journalist, had lived. She stared at it, her blood turning to ice. It was not a weapon, it was a trophy, a mundane, insignificant little thing that bore witness to a life erased. This was the weight of it. This was the heart of the man she loved. Not a grand, romantic darkness, but this small, petty, cruel souvenir of a murder. She did not scream, she did not cry. She closed the drawer carefully, her hands steady. She walked to the large window that looked out over the churning black water. The light from the setting sun caught the silver bracelet on her wrist, the first gift he had ever given her. It winked, a cold, bright star against her skin. She understood now that the mystery was not who killed Beau or why. The mystery was how she could continue to breathe the same air as the man who had, how she could share his bed, how she could live inside the architecture of his crime. The mystery was the human capacity for willful blindness, the terrifying allure of the abyss once you have chosen to step into it. There was no solving it, there was only living with it. Down on the shore, the tide was going out, pulling everything with it, out to the deep, dark, silent water where the currents pull. The sound of his key in the front door was a precise, metallic click that echoed through the sterile space. Gwendolen did not move from the window. She heard his footsteps, measured and sure, on the polished concrete floor. He came to stand behind her, his presence a cold spot in the room. He did not touch her. He simply looked out at the same view, the last sliver of sun being extinguished by the horizon. "The Henderson deal is finalized," he said, his voice flat, a report. "We own the cannery now." She said nothing. The plastic pen in the drawer felt like a physical weight in her mind, a radioactive core burning a hole through her sanity. "You ray quiet tonight," he observed. It wasn't a question of concern, it was a calibration. "I was thinking about stories," she said, her voice surprisingly steady. "How they end." He was silent for a moment, his reflection a pale ghost in the darkening glass beside her own. Stories don't end, they just become the foundation for the next one. He moved away then to the kitchen to pour a drink. The normalcy of the sound, the clink of glass on glass, was more horrifying than any confession. This was their life, the mundane draped over the monstrous. She finally turned from the window. He was watching her, his head tilted, a scientist observing a specimen. "Is there something you need to tell me, Gwendolen?" The question was a test, he knew. He knew she had been in the drawer. He had left it unlocked, a trap, a way to gauge her loyalty, to see if the corruption was complete. She felt a dizzying drop in her stomach. Her choice was no longer about truth or lies, but about survival. "No," she said, meeting his wintersea gaze. "There's nothing." A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. It was not a smile of warmth, but of satisfaction. She had passed. She had seen the trophy of his cruelty and chosen once again to stand beside him. In that moment she felt the last vestige of the girl she had been detach and float away, a wisp of smoke lost in the vast, indifferent sky. She was not his sanctuary anymore. She was his accomplice. And as he turned back to his drink, leaving her alone in the twilight, Gwendolen understood that the most terrifying prison of all was the one she had willingly built for herself, brick by brick, with her own silence. The days that followed were a study in stillness. Gwendolen moved through the glass house like a curator in a museum of her own life, careful not to disturb the exhibits. She prepared his meals, she arranged the flowers he had delivered weekly, she wore the clothes he bought for her. Each action was performed with a meticulous, hollow precision. She was polishing the exterior of a rotten core, and the effort left her exhausted. Benedict seemed to relax into her new, deeper quiet. He began to talk more, not about his feelings or their relationship, but about his plans. He spoke of the city council members he owned, the police contracts he influenced, the way he was weaving his influence into the very fabric of Port Mercy until he and the town were indistinguishable. He was building a legacy, and he spoke to her as if she were his archivist, the keeper of his records. She listened, storing every name, every date, every casual admission of corruption in the cold, new vault of her mind. She thought of Isabel often. The memory of the older woman's devastated face on the boardwalk was a constant, low-grade ache. One afternoon, driven by a compulsion she couldn't name, Gwendolyn walked into the bookshop. A small bell announced her entrance. Isabel looked up from the counter, her face hardening from its usual warm openness into a mask of wary grief. Gwendolyn, the name was a statement, not a greeting. "I just came for a book," Gwendolyn said, her voice thin. Isabel's eyes scanned her, taking in the expensive wool coat, the hollows under her eyes. "I think you've already read the one you're living in." She turned away, busying herself with a stack of invoices, a clear dismissal. The rejection was a physical blow. There was no safe harbor left. She had burned that bridge herself. That night, Benedict took her to a grand opening of a new waterfront restaurant, one of his investments. The place was full of the city's elite, the summer people who wintered elsewhere, and the local power brokers. They all smiled at Benedict, shook his hand, and complimented Gwendolyn on her dress. Their eyes, however, slid away from hers quickly. They saw the beautiful accessory, the captured prize, and they knew better than to look too closely. She felt like a ghost at a feast, unable to touch the food, unable to feel the warmth of the room. Later, as they drove home along the dark coast road, he broke the silence. "You saw the old woman today. It wasn't a question." Gwendolyn's blood ran cold. "I needed a book." "Don't," he said, the single word a blade of ice. "That part of your life is over. It's a weakness, and I can't have weaknesses." He glanced at her, the dashboard lights casting his profile in sharp relief. "We can't have weaknesses." The "we" was the most terrifying word he had ever spoken to her. It was a chain, linking her fate irrevocably to his. She understood then that leaving was not an option. Leaving would make her a liability, a story that needed to be ended. Her only path was forward, deeper into the labyrinth. A week later, Detective Miller came to the glass house. He stood awkwardly in the vast living room, his worn shoes on the pristine rug. He had a new light, he said. A diver, exploring the old shipwrecks beyond the cove, had found a skeleton weighed down with engine blocks. Dental records confirmed it was Beau. Benedict listened, his expression one of polite, somber interest. "A tragedy," he murmured. "I hope you find who did this, Detective. Port Mercy deserves peace." Miller's eyes flickered to Gwendolyn, who was sitting perfectly still on the sofa. "We will. Someone always knows something, Mr. Vanker. It's just a matter of time before they find the courage to speak." After he left, the silence in the house was absolute. Benedict walked to the window, his back to her. "He has nothing," he said, his voice soft. "He's a fisherman casting a line in an empty pond." Gwendolyn looked at his back, at the set of his shoulders, and she knew with a chilling certainty that Miller was right. Someone did know something. She knew everything. She knew about the pen, about the tarp, about the cold calculation in his eyes. She was the witness. And she knew, as she sat in the beautiful, silent prison of her making, that her courage was a small, guttering flame, and that the darkness around it was very, very deep. The only question that remained was whether that tiny flame would be enough to light her way out, or if it would simply sputter and die, leaving her in the perpetual night she had chosen. The flame flickered a week later during a charity gala for the Port Mercy Historical Society, an event Benedict had sponsored to cement his new, respectable image. Gwendolyn wore a dress of emerald silk and a smile that felt painted on. She moved through the crowd, a doll on a string, until she found herself momentarily alone near a quiet alcove. Detective Miller was there, nursing a club soda and watching the room with tired eyes. "It's a lovely event, Mrs. Vanker," he said, his tone neutral. "The name was a brand, thank you, detective." He swirled the ice in his glass. Funny thing about history. We think we've buried it, but it has a way of resurfacing, like that skeleton. It changes the landscape when the past isn't past anymore. Her heart hammered against her ribs. This was not a casual conversation. He was offering her a line. She glanced across the room. Benedict was shaking hands with the mayor, his laugh easy and confident, but his gaze was locked on her. A warning, a reminder, the string pulled taut. "Some landscapes are best left undisturbed, detective," she heard herself say, the words tasting of ash, "for everyone's safety." Miller's shoulders slumped almost imperceptibly. He gave a slow, resigned nod. "I suppose you're right. Enjoy your evening, Ma A.M." As she walked away, the emerald silk whispering against her legs, she felt the moment slip through her fingers. The flame had guttered, starved of oxygen. Later in the car, Benedict took her hand. His touch was cool and dry. "You were magnificent tonight," he said. "You were learning." He wasn't talking about the gala. He was talking about her exchange with Miller. He had seen it, and he was pleased. Her failure had been a success in his eyes. That night she dreamed of the ocean, not as a view from a cliff, but as a cold, black weight pulling her down. She woke gasping, the taste of salt water in her mouth. The dream felt less like a nightmare and more like a premonition. The next morning she told Benedict she was going for a drive to clear her head. He assented with a distracted wave, already absorbed in a financial report. She drove not to the shops or the bookshop, but down to the old, rotting docks where the fishermen still mended their nets. She found the man Isabel had spoken to, a grizzled old-timer named Elias, sitting on an overturned crate, his hands busy with a tangled line. She stood before him, the wind whipping her hair. "You saw something," she said, her voice raw. "The night the reporter disappeared." Elias looked up, his eyes rheumy and wary. He glanced past her, scanning the area. "I don't know what you're talking about, miss." "I live with him," she said, the admission tearing something inside her. "I need to know." He studied her face for a long time, seeing the desperation she could no longer hide. He spat onto the weathered wood of the dock. "I saw a tarp," he muttered, so low she almost didn't hear it over the cry of the gulls. Heavy from his place, 2 men. They took it out on a boat. Wasn't a fishing boat. He looked her dead in the eye. "But you already knew that, didn't you?" She did. The confirmation was a final, heavy stone placed on the cairn of her guilt. She drove back to the glass house, the knowledge sitting in the passenger seat like a specter. When she walked in, Benedict was waiting for her. He stood in the center of the living room, holding the cheap plastic pen from the locked drawer between his thumb and forefinger. "You went to the docks," he said, his voice dangerously quiet. "You spoke to Elias." There was no point in denial. The surveillance was total. She simply stood there waiting. He walked toward her slowly. "I told you, Gwendolyn, no weaknesses." He stopped in front of her, so close she could feel the chill coming off him. "But a problem once identified can be managed. Elias will be retiring to Florida, I think." He said it with a faint, cruel smile. "And you need to understand the cost of disloyalty." He didn't hit her, he never had. Instead, he closed her hand around the pen, his own grip crushing her fingers against the cheap plastic. "This is the truth you wanted so badly. This is the weight of it. Now you will carry it with you every second of every day. You will not put it down. You will not forget it. It is yours now as much as it is mine." He released her hand and walked away, leaving her standing there, clutching the pen. She looked down at her white-knuckled fist. He was right. This was not a secret she possessed. It was a secret that possessed her. It was in the marrow of her bones, in the beat of her heart. There was no going back, no redemption, no courageous confession to Miller. There was only this, the unending, silent partnership with a monster and the small, plastic totem of their shared damnation, warm now from the heat of her hand. The pen became a permanent part of her. She kept it in the pocket of her robe, then later sewed a small, hidden pouch into the lining of her favorite coat. It was a lodestone, its weight pulling her constantly back to the center of her choice. Benedict never mentioned it again. Their life resumed its polished, quiet rhythm, but the silence between them was now a different quality. It was no longer the silence of his dominance and her submission, but the silence of two conspirators, bound by a knowledge that was both a shield and a weapon. She began to change in subtle ways. She started reading the financial pages he left lying around, not with feigned interest, but with a sharp, focused attention. She asked questions about his businesses, not the soft, wifely questions about his day, but pointed inquiries about cash flow, about holding companies, about offshore accounts. He was surprised at first, then amused. He saw it as her final capitulation, her embrace of his world. He started explaining things to her, diagrams on legal pads, the intricate architecture of his empire. She learned about shell corporations and blind trusts, about the flow of money that was as dark and powerful as the ocean current beneath their house. One rainy afternoon, she was in his study, looking for a specific ledger he had asked her to retrieve. Her hand, practiced now, went to a panel at the back of a bookshelf, a hiding place she had discovered weeks before. Her fingers brushed against something new, something that wasn't a binder of documents. It was a small velvet box. She opened it. Inside, nestled against the dark fabric, was a stunning necklace, diamonds and sapphires arranged in a pattern that mimicked the night sky. It was beautiful and cold, another expensive chain, but tucked beside it was a folded slip of paper. It was a receipt from a private airfield dated for the following week. The destination was Buenos Aires. It was for one passenger, Benedict Vanker. She stood frozen, the rain streaking the glass wall beside her. He was leaving, not on business, not with her. He was preparing an exit. The detective's investigation, however stalled, was a persistent itch. The skeleton had changed the landscape, and Benedict was a man who always had a contingency plan. He was going to shed his skin, and she was part of the skin he would leave behind. That night, as they ate their silent dinner, she looked at him across the table. "The Henderson Cannery," she said. "The one you just acquired, its value isn't in the property, is it? It's in the shipping access. Deep water port, no customs oversight to speak of. A perfect launch point." Benedict set his fork down slowly. He looked at her, a new, calculating light in his eyes. The amusement was gone, replaced by a flicker of something else, respect, and a thread of caution. "You've been paying attention." "I have," she said, her voice even. "I know about the holding company in the Caymans. I know about the transfer you made last Tuesday, and I know you're planning a trip." The air in the room went out. For the first time since she had known him, Benedict Vanker was completely still, his expression unreadable. The monster had seen its reflection, and it was her. He leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. "And what do you intend to do with this information, Gwendolyn?" She met his gaze, and for the first time she did not look away. She did not see a lover or a protector or a jailer. She saw a business partner. "I intend," she said, "to negotiate." The word hung between them, a new element introduced into their toxic chemistry. Negotiate. It was not a plea, not a confession. It was a statement of position. A slow, dangerous smile spread across Benedict's face. It was not the satisfied smirk from before. This was the smile of a chess master who has just been challenged by a pawn that has learned to move like a queen. "I am listening," he said, his voice a low purr. "You're leaving," Gwendolyn stated, her hands folded neatly in her lap, hiding their tremor. "The plane ticket is for one. That makes me a liability you can afford to leave behind. You either take me with you or you silence me permanently. The first option is messy. The second is riskier now than it was a week ago. I know things." "You know what I've taught you," he corrected, but the condescension was a facade. She could see the recalculations happening behind his eyes. "I know enough to be a problem for you, even from a distance." Detective Miller would be very interested in a grieving widow with a detailed memory of your financial architecture. She paused, letting the threat settle in the sterile air. But I don't want to be a widow, and I don't want to be a prisoner. Then what do you want? He asked, genuinely curious now. I want a share, she said. The words felt alien, yet utterly right. Not an allowance, not jewelry. A real liquid share. 10 million, transferred to an account I control before you board that plane. In return, I disappear. You never hear from me again. You get your clean escape, and I get my life. He laughed, a short, sharp sound with no humor. You think you can just walk away with 10 million of my dollars? It is not walking away, she said, her voice dropping to a whisper. It is my severance package, for services rendered, for my silence, for carrying the weight of that pen. She leaned forward slightly, her eyes locked on his. It is a bargain, Benedict, you know it is. He was silent for a long time, studying her as if seeing a new species. The girl he had pulled from the diner was gone. In her place was this cold, formidable woman he had, in part, created. He had wanted a partner strong enough to bear his darkness, and now he had one, and her first act of strength was to demand her freedom. 5, he said finally. 10, she repeated, unwavering. You can write it off as a business expense. The cost of tidying up a loose end. A strange glint of admiration flashed in his Wintersea eyes. He gave a single, curt nod. Very well, you'll have your money, but understand this, Gwendolyn. If you ever speak a word of this to anyone, if you so much as look in the direction of a police station after you leave, the consequences will be comprehensive. I want to come for you. I'll dismantle everything you might ever care about, starting with that bookshop owner. The threat was real, and it sealed their pact more effectively than any signature. She nodded. I understand. 3 days later, a bank statement arrived at a post office box she had rented under a name he would never think to trace. The balance was there. The zeros were a surreal and terrifying confirmation of her new reality. That evening, she packed a single bag, taking only clothes and cash. She left the emerald dress hanging in the closet. She left the diamonds in their velvet box, but she took the pen. She walked out of the glass house as the sun began to set, just as it had on the night this all began. Benedict was in his study, on the phone, already a world away. He did not look up as she left. There was no final goodbye. Their transaction was complete. She drove away from Port Mercy, the coastal road unspooling before her in the twilight. She was not heading south toward airports and borders. She was heading inland toward places with no ocean views where the past could be buried under a different kind of silence. She was free, but she carried her prison with her, a small plastic weight in her coat pocket, and a fortune in blood money that felt as heavy as a body. She was not a victim anymore. She was not an accomplice. She was a fugitive, and the story, she knew, was far from over. It was simply waiting for its next foundation. The car ate up the miles, the rhythmic thump of the tires on the asphalt a monotonous drumbeat for her thoughts. She drove through the night, stopping only for gas, paying with cash from the thick envelope in her bag. Each time she handed a bill to a tired cashier, she felt a jolt, a reminder of the tainted currency that was now her lifeline. The money was a tool, but it was also a tracker, a psychic link back to him. He would have ways of monitoring it, she was sure. He would expect her to flee to a non-extradition country, to buy a new identity and vanish into a life of tropical anonymity. So she did the opposite. In a small, forgettable town in the middle of a state known for its cornfields, she rented a room in a boarding house under the name Gwen Jones. The walls were thin and the smell of boiled cabbage lingered in the hallways, but it was anonymous. It was a place to think. For a week she did nothing but think. She walked the grid-like streets, the plastic pen a constant, nagging presence in her pocket. She saw his face in her dreams, not as a monster, but as a teacher. He had taught her about power, about leverage, about the cold calculus of survival. He had taught her that everyone had a price, and that her own had been $10 million in her soul. One afternoon, she found a public library, a dusty, quiet building that smelled of old paper and polish. It was a different kind of sanctuary than Isabel's shop, a place of facts, not of stories. She spent days there, using the public computers, her movements shielded by the sheer boredom of the place. She researched not how to hide, but how to attack. She read about asset forfeiture, about whistleblower protections, about the specific federal agencies that handled complex financial crimes. She cross-referenced the fragments of information she had pulled from his study, the names of shell companies, and the numbers of accounts she had committed to memory. She wasn't planning a confession. A confession would land her in a cell next to his, if it even stuck. She was planning a trade. She needed a bigger monster. It took her a month to find the right one. His name was Edward Corvus, a senior official in the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network. He was known for his dogged, almost personal, pursuit of certain types of criminals, the kind who thought their wealth and complexity placed them above the law. She knew Benedict considered him a nuisance, a bureaucrat with too much tenacity. She composed the email from a computer in a different library 2 towns over. It was brief and utterly devoid of emotion. It listed 3 account numbers, the amounts they held, and the name of the shell company that owned the Henderson cannery. She did not sign her name. She signed it with a single, chilling sentence that she knew would get his attention. The skeleton in Port Mercy was just the first receipt. I have the ledger. The reply came to a secure, encrypted drop box she had set up exactly 24 hours later. It contained a time, a date, and coordinates for a remote diner off a state highway. There was no name, just an acknowledgement. The night before the meeting, she sat on the edge of her narrow bed, the pen in her hand. She rolled it between her fingers, the cheap plastic warm from her skin. This was it. The moment her tiny, guttering flame would either catch and blaze or be snuffed out forever. She was not going to him for redemption. She was going to him to make a deal. Her freedom, her immunity, in exchange for the keys to Benedict Vanker's kingdom. She was trading the monster she knew for the protection of the law, a different kind of beast, but a beast nonetheless. She put the pen back in her pocket. It was no longer a totem of her damnation. It was evidence, and she was no longer just a witness. She was the prosecutor. She stood up, her reflection a pale, determined ghost in the dark window. The labyrinth had no exit, she realized, but she had learned to navigate its turns, and now she was going to lead the Minotaur to its slaughter. The diner was called the Crossroads, a name that felt both fitting and heavy with click. She arrived early, parking her anonymous sedan behind the building where it couldn't be seen from the road. The air was cold and still, the only sound the distant hum of a lone truck on the highway. She walked in, the bell on the door jangling a tinny alarm. It was empty save for a tired-looking waitress wiping down the counter and a man sitting in a back booth. He was exactly as his file photo suggested, mid-50s, a worn, intelligent face, and the tired eyes of a man who had seen every variation of human greed. He did not look up as she approached. She slid into the booth across from him. For a full minute they sat in silence. He finally lifted his gaze from his coffee cup. His eyes were a flat, assessing gray. "The ledger," he said. His voice was quiet, but it carried the weight of federal authority. Gwendolyn reached into her coat, not for the pen, but for a small, plain USB drive. She placed it on the table between them. "It's all there. The accounts, the transfers, the corporate structures, everything you need to dismantle him." Corvus made no move to take it. Immunity is a big word. It requires a very big story to justify it. "My story is in there too," she said. "My testimony is what will make the numbers stick. Without me, it's just paperwork. With me, it's a narrative a jury can understand. A narrative that ends with a body in the ocean." He leaned back, studying her. "You lived with him. You benefited from his crimes. You waited until he cut you loose to develop a conscience. Why should I believe you?" "Don't mistake this for a conscience," she said, her voice low and steady. "This is a transaction, my freedom and my safety in exchange for his head. You don't have to believe me. You just have to believe the data." A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. Vanker always did have a taste for sharp tools. I don't think he realized he was holding one by the blade. He finally picked up the USB drive, pocketing it inside his jacket. The process will be slow. We'll move on the financial fronts first, quietly. We'll freeze assets before he knows we're there. When we move to arrest, it will be a coordinated strike. You will be placed in protective custody until the trial. She shook her head. No, not protective custody. That's just another cage. I have my own arrangements. That's inadvisable. He has long arms. And you'll have cut them off by the time he realizes what's happening, she countered. I've given you the blueprint to his entire operation. Use it. I'll be your witness, but I won't be your prisoner. Those are my terms. Corvus sighed, a sound of weary pragmatism. He knew a motivated witness was better than a coerced one. You'll be monitored, lightly, for your own protection. If you run, the deal is void. I'm not running, she said. I'm waiting. She stood up to leave. The meeting concluded. One more thing, Corvus said. He slid a cheap, prepaid phone across the table. For updates and for when you're ready to testify. He paused, his gaze sharpening. He'll know it was you. The moment we make our first move, he'll know. Gwendolyn picked up the phone, its plastic shell cool and impersonal. She met his gaze without flinching. I'm counting on it, she said, and turned to walk out into the dark, quiet night. The game was no longer about hiding. It was about waiting for the checkmate, and she was no longer a pawn on the board. She was the player, and she had just made her move. The new phone felt like a stone in her pocket. She drove back to the boarding house, the darkness of the countryside absolute. There were no street lights, no glowing windows from distant houses, just the tunnel her headlights carved through the night. It was a different kind of silence from the ocean's roar, but it was just as deep. Days turned into a week, then two. The prepaid phone remained silent. She forced herself into a routine, a performance of normalcy for the sake of her own sanity. She bought groceries, she cooked simple meals on the hot plate in her room, she continued her walks, but her mind was always elsewhere, sifting through the architecture of Benedict's empire, trying to predict where the first crack would appear. It happened on a Tuesday morning. She was reading a national newspaper she'd bought from a rack outside a drugstore, a habit she'd cultivated to watch for ripples. It was buried in the business section, a small article about unexpected regulatory hurdles for a merger involving one of Benedict's smaller publicly traded companies. The language was dry and bureaucratic, but to her it was a flare in the night. It was Corvus, the first delicate snip of the scissors. The phone rang that evening, a shrill, unfamiliar sound that made her jump. It was a text message from an unknown number, just 2 words, Phase 1. She didn't reply, she simply sat in the growing dark of her room, a cold certainty settling over her. Benedict would have seen the article. He would have felt that first, almost imperceptible tremor. He would be in his study right now, his winter-sea eyes scanning the digital horizon for the storm he knew was coming. He would be tracing the source of the pressure, his mind working through the list of possible legs. And his mind, she knew, would inevitably circle back to her. The one variable he had not fully controlled, the one asset he had liquidated. Another week passed. The silence from the phone was now a tense, waiting thing. Then a second text, assets frozen, Caymans, Zurich. She allowed herself a thin, hard smile. That would be the blow he felt. That was the moment the fortress walls were proven to be made of paper. The money he thought was untouchable, the lifeblood of his operations, was being throttled. He would be scrambling now, his contingency plans activating. But she had given Corvus the blueprint for those, too. The private airfield, the accounts in Buenos Aires. Every escape route was being methodically walled off. The final text came 3 days later. It was longer, warrant issued, arrest imminent, your location. This was the moment of maximum danger. Benedict, cornered, would be at his most unpredictable, his most violent. She thought of the pen still in her pocket. She thought of the cold weight of the fireplace poker. She texted back a single word, secure. She didn't sleep that night. She sat in the chair by the window, watching the empty street. She was waiting for the sound of a car, for the shadow of a man who moved like a predator. But the only thing that came was the dawn, pale and washed out. The news broke at noon. She saw it on a television in a quiet electronics store, the screens all tuned to the same channel. Benedictvancor tycoon arrested on charges of fraud, money laundering, and conspiracy. There was footage of him looking older and diminished, being led from the glass house in handcuffs by agents and windbreakers. His head was held high, but his eyes were scanning the crowd, not for the cameras, but for her. She knew it. He was looking for her. A strange emptiness filled her. It was not triumph. It was not relief. It was the silence after a long and brutal war. The monster was in a cage, but the memory of his roar would always be with her. The prepaid phone rang one last time. It was Corvus. "It's done," he said, his voice crackling with static and what might have been satisfaction. "Yes, in federal custody. It's a strong case. Your testimony will make it unbreakable." "I know," she said. "We can discuss your relocation now. A new identity, a fresh start." Gwendolyn looked around the small, shabby room. She looked at the single bag she still lived out of. A fresh start. It was what she had thought she wanted when she drove away from the ocean. But now the concept felt hollow. You couldn't shed a self like a skin. The woman who had negotiated with a monster, who had brought him down with cold calculation, was the woman she was now. Hiding her would be like trying to hide a landmark. "No," she said quietly, "no relocation." There was a long pause on the other end of the line. That is a significant risk. His organization, while crippled, may still have loyalists. "Let them come," she said, and the words were not bravado, but a simple acceptance of a new truth. She was done running. She was done hiding. The story was out in the open now, a matter of public record. She would testify. She would face him in a courtroom. She would meet his gaze, and she would not look away. She was not Gwen Jones in a boarding house. She was Gwendolyn Vanker, and her silence was finally and forever broken. She put the phone down, the plastic pen a final, solid weight in her hand. It was no longer a secret, it was just a pen, and she had at last run out of things to write. Story 2. The steady, metronomic click of the typewriter-esque keys was the only sound in the room, a mechanical heartbeat measuring out the slow, dusty hours of the afternoon. Each strike was a tiny, precise impact, a period at the end of a thought, a comma in the long, run-on sentence of the day. Then between one breath and the next, it stopped. The silence that rushed in to fill the space was not empty. It was a presence, thick and heavy, a held breath. It was the silence of a skipped heartbeat, the silence that follows a gunshot a mile away, a silence that waits to be broken by something terrible. I looked up from my medical journal. Isya sat perfectly still before the machine, his long, pale fingers suspended over the keys, not touching them. His head was cocked, listening to the absence of sound. The light from the grimy window cut across his face, highlighting the sharp planes of his cheeks, the deep-set eyes that saw not objects, but the relationships between them. He was a man built for silence, for the spaces between the notes. "Alan," he said, his voice low and without inflection, "we are about to have a client, and she brings a storm with her." I heard nothing but the distant, muffled groan of the city, but I had learned, over the years of our companionship, to trust the machinery of his mind. He perceived the world not as a series of discrete events, but as a single, interconnected mechanism. The cessation of his typing was one gear ceasing to turn, the approaching footsteps on the stair, which I only now began to faintly discern, were another engaging. The door opened without a knock. She stood there, framed by the dark wood of the doorway, a woman carved from winter light and shadow. She could not have been more than 25, but her eyes held a history that belonged to someone much older. They were the color of a sea under a stormy sky, and they were red-rimmed from a grief she was too proud to fully release. Her clothes were expensive but travel-worn, a fine layer of London-esque sooty damp clinging to the wool of her coat. She was fragility armored in determination. "Mr. Isyes," she asked, her voice a whisper of silk over gravel. He did not rise, merely gestured to the worn leather chair opposite his desk. "I am, and this is Dr. Alan Reeves, please, miss." "Louise," she said, sinking into the chair as if her bones were made of glass. "Louise Fairchild, my father is missing." She told her story not in a linear fashion, but in fragments, like pieces of a shattered vase she was trying to reassemble in her hands. Her father, Colonel John Fairchild, was a man of rigid habit, a retired military man who had served the last of his career in the dying days of the British Raj. He had returned to London a quiet man, given to long silences and the curation of his collection of Indian antiquities. 3 days ago, he had failed to return from his nightly walk. The official police, in the person of a weary Inspector Morris, had chalked it up to a man perhaps tired of his life or met with a mundane accident. They moved with the sluggish certainty of bureaucracy, seeing no blood, no sign of struggle, no motive. "They are wrong," Louise said, her hands clenched in her lap. "He would not leave me, not like this, and he took nothing. But the day he vanished, he received a letter. It had no return address. The postmark was from a district near the docks. He read it, and his face it became a mask. He said nothing to me, but that evening he did not return." "Do you have this letter?" Isyas asked. He burned it, but a fragment survived. It caught on the hearth. She reached into her purse and carefully laid on the desk a small, brittle triangle of paper, its edges charred black. On it, in a spidery, foreign hand, was a single cryptic line: "The pact is broken. The river remembers." Isyas picked up the fragment, holding it by its very edge. He did not look at it so much as he absorbed it, his eyes narrowing. "The river remembers," he repeated softly. An interesting choice of words. Not we remember. The river, impersonal, eternal, a force of nature and a place to dispose of things. He turned his gaze to Louise. "Your father's time in India. Did he ever speak of a treasure, a specific artifact? Men do not vanish over abstractions. They vanish over things that can be held or sold." Louise shook her head, a faint, floral scent of perfume drifting from her hair. He spoke little of it. He had a partner there, a man named Keegan. He was the treasurer for their regiment. My father was the strategist. They were close once, but there was a falling out, something about a business venture that failed. He mentioned a tier of the sun, but I thought it was just a story, a legend. Isyas leaned back, steepling his fingers. The investigation had begun. It was a ritual, a slow, meticulous dance of deduction and suspicion. The first step was always the same: understanding the people. People were the variables in every equation, the flawed, greedy, passionate elements that disrupted the clean lines of logic. We found Keegan in a stuffy, over-decorated office in the financial district, a man who had grown soft and prosperous in his retirement. His smile was too wide, his handshake too firm. The air around him smelled of expensive cigars and anxiety. "John Fairchild, a good man, a good soldier," Keegan said, his eyes darting between us. "A shame, his disappearance. But the man was prone to melancholy. The East does that to some, fills their heads with fancies." Isyas watched him with the detached interest of a geologist studying a rock. "He never spoke to you of the tier of the sun." A flicker in the eyes, a tiny, almost imperceptible tightening around the mouth. "A fairy tale," Keegan scoffed too quickly, "a myth from the hills. A massive, flawless yellow diamond said to be the eye of a forgotten goddess, worth a king's ransom if it were real. John and I, we hunted for it in our youth, a folly. It ruined our friendship. We poured money into that fruitless search. I lost a fortune. He lost his peace of mind." The words were plausible, but the scent of deceit was unmistakable. It was in the sweat beading on his temple, the way his thumb nervously traced the edge of his mahogany desk. As we left, Isyas murmured to me, "He lies, Alan, but not about everything. He lost money, yes, but I suspect John Fairchild found something. And a man who has lost a fortune is a man who remembers what was taken from him." The investigation became a rhythm, a quiet, absorbing cadence. We moved through a London that was a character in itself, a city of dripping fog and sudden, sharp noises. We followed the trail to the docks, a world of shadows and echoing water, of the groaning of ships and the cries of gulls. The smell of brine and rot and spices from distant lands filled the air, a physical presence that clung to the back of the throat. It was there we first sensed we were being followed, a presence that was little more than a shift in the pattern of the fog, a footfall that echoed a half-second too late. We learned of a man, an Indian sailor named Ernesto, who asked questions about a retired British colonel. He was a man of few words, a silent, unsettling figure who moved with a predatory grace. He was the second gear in the mechanism, the one that engaged after Keegan's lies. The climax came on the Thames, on a night so thick with fog the world was reduced to a sphere of damp, yellow light from our lantern. We had lured Keegan there, using the diamond as bait, a ghost from his past he could not resist. His greed was a physical force, pulling him into the gloom. The water slapped against the pilings, a cold, wet sound. He came, his figure emerging from the mist, his face a greedy mask. "You have it, where is it?" "It was never about the diamond, was it, Mr. Keegan?" Iskia's voice was calm, a razor wrapped in velvet. "The pact, the one mentioned in the letter. You and Fairchild found the tier, but it was too large, too famous to sell. A pact to keep it secret, to protect it, or perhaps to wait for a time it could be safely liquidated. But you broke the pact, you tried to steal it, and in the struggle something happened. Fairchild disappeared with the diamond. And you have been searching for him ever since, not out of concern, but out of avarice." Keegan's face contorted. He was a fool. He wanted to leave it in some temple, to return it to its gods. It was worth a fortune. We earned it. From the deeper darkness behind him, another figure emerged. Ernesto. He was not a sailor. He was older, his face a roadmap of hardship and quiet fury. In his hand he held not a weapon, but a small oilcloth pouch. "You earn nothing," Ernesto said, his voice deep and accented, each word weighted with a lifetime of resentment. "You stole it. You desecrated our temple. You broke the world you found and took its heart." He looked at Isaias and me, his eyes burning in the gloom. John Fairchild was not a good man, but in the end he remembered his honor. He came to me, the grandson of the priest who guarded the tier. He sought to make amends. He gave me this. He opened the pouch, and even in the feeble light, the stone within caught the glow and burned with a cold, yellow fire. The tear of the sun. He was helping me secure passage home. To return it, Ernesto continued, his gaze returning to Keegan. "You found out, you confronted him. He told me to run, to protect the tier. I heard the struggle. I saw you push him. The river was high and fast that night. It took him." Keegan stared, his greed now mixed with a dawning, primal fear. "It was an accident. I didn't mean." "The river remembers," Ernesto said, and it was not a statement, but a verdict. He did not attack Keegan. He simply turned and melted back into the fog, the diamond disappearing with him, a ghost reclaiming its past. Keegan stood frozen, a man not just defeated, but unmade. His fortune was gone, his secret was out, and he was a murderer, alone in the dark. We left him there. There was no arrest, no dramatic conclusion for the official police. Some truths are too sharp, too personal for the blunt instruments of the law. We returned to Louise and gave her the only treasure that mattered, the truth. Her father was not a man who had abandoned her. He was a flawed man who had, in his final act, tried to atone for the sins of his past. Her grief was now clean, sharp, and honorable. The case was over. The mechanism had ground to a halt, but in the days that followed, the clarity began to blur. The details, once so sharp and precise, began to soften at the edges, like a photograph left in the sun. I would sit in my chair by the fire, and the image of the tear of the sun would swim in my mind. Was it as large as I remembered? Was its fire as cold? The sound of Keegan's voice on the river, was it filled with terror, or was it merely the whine of a cornered animal? The figure of Ernesto, fading into the mist, did he truly exist, or was he a manifestation of the river's memory, a spirit of vengeance and reclamation? Iskias no longer spoke of it. He had returned to his books, his quiet analyses of the world's machinery. The case was a solved equation, the variables accounted for. But for me, the truth began to slip away, not in large pieces, but in grains, fading into the soft, gray uncertainty of memory. The river had taken John Fairchild, and in time it seemed to take the hard edges of the story itself, until all that remained was the echo of a typewriter-esque click, the scent of Louise's perfume, and the haunting, ambiguous glow of a lost diamond in the fog, a truth that was, finally, as fluid and as deep as the Thames itself. The typewriter remained silent for a full week after the Fairchild affair. Its presence in the corner was a mute accusation, a reminder of a story I could no longer hold in its entirety. Isias, for his part, seemed to have shed the case as a snake sheds its skin. He was engrossed in a treatise on the migratory patterns of Arctic terns, his focus absolute, his mind cleansed of the human drama we had waded through. I could not share his clarity. My sleep was fractured by dreams of dark water and a cold, yellow light shining from the depths. I found myself walking by the Thames at odd hours, staring into its muddy, indifferent flow, half expecting to see the Colonel's face or the glint of the tear. The city's noises seemed different now, layered with the echoes of that night. It was on one of these walks, near the very docks where we had first sought Ernesto, that I saw her. Louise Fairchild. She was standing alone on a pier, her coat pulled tight against the wind whipping off the water. She wasn't looking at the river, but east, towards the sea and the lands beyond. Her posture was no longer one of shattered glass, but of weathered stone. She felt my gaze and turned. There was no surprise in her eyes, only a deep, settled recognition. "Dr. Reeves," she said. Her voice was firmer now, the gravel gone, leaving only the silk. "Miss Fairchild, I did not expect to see you here." "Neither did I," she replied, her gaze returning to the horizon. "I come here often now. It is the last place my father was, not the house, not his study, here in the air and the water." She paused. "I received a package today, no note, just a small, carved wooden box. Inside was a single, dried jasmine flower." My breath caught. I remembered the faint floral scent in our office, the perfume she wore, from Ernesto. "Who else?" A small, sad smile touched her lips. "It is a gesture of peace, of closure. He is telling me the tear is home and that my father's debt is paid." She looked at me, her stormy eyes clear for the first time. "The police closed the case, declared it an accidental death. Inspector Morris seemed almost pleased to have a tidy ending." "But you know the truth," I said. "I know a version of it," she corrected me gently. "The one you and Mr. Isias uncovered, but I wonder if the truth is ever just one thing. My father was a thief who became a penitent. Keegan was a friend who became a murderer. Ernesto was a victim who became an agent of justice. Which part of them is the true part?" Her question hung in the salt-tinged air, echoing my own unraveling certainty. We stood in silence for a long while, two people bound by a story that was already receding into myth. Finally, she turned to leave. "Thank you, Doctor, for everything." After she was gone, I remained on the pier. The fog was rolling in again, swallowing the outlines of the ships, blurring the world into a uniform gray. I thought of Isias and his love for clean, precise mechanisms, but people were not gears. They were like the river, deep and murky and constantly moving, carrying the silt of their past actions, their secrets sinking into the mud, never to be fully recovered. The case was solved, the client was satisfied, and yet I felt further from a conclusion than when we began. The typewriter was silent because some stories resist being finished. They simply become a part of you, changing you slowly like the steady, imperceptible erosion of a riverbank. I walked home, the taste of the sea on my lips, the memory of a jasmine flower and a cold yellow diamond forever lodged in my mind, two fragments of a truth I would never wholly grasp. The next morning the typewriter was clicking again. The sound was different, however. It was slower, more deliberate, as if Isias were choosing each word with excessive care. I found him not at his desk, but standing by the window, staring down at the street where Louise had first appeared. He did not turn as I entered. "The Fairchild matter," he said, his back to me. It has a loose thread. I felt a cold knot tighten in my stomach. We gave her the truth. She has her peace. Did we? He finally turned, and his eyes were not the clear, analytical instruments I knew. They were clouded, troubled. We gave her a narrative, a plausible sequence of events, but a narrative is not a truth. It is a container for it, and this container leaks. He walked to his desk and picked up a single sheet of paper. I have been reviewing the transcript of our conversation with Mr. Keegan. He stated, and I quote, "We poured money into that fruitless search. I lost a fortune." Iskias looked at me. He was a treasurer, Alan, a man of numbers. He did not say I lost money. He said I lost a fortune, a specific quantified term. And yet his current financial standing, which I took the liberty of discreetly investigating, shows no such catastrophic loss. He is, and has been for 20 years, a very wealthy man. The room seemed to tilt. Then what fortune did he lose? Is it not obvious? Iskias's voice was barely a whisper. He was not referring to money. He was referring to John Fairchild. Fairchild was his friend, his partner. In his own twisted way, Keegan considered that friendship a fortune, and he lost it. His grief was real, Alan, even if it was buried under avarice and guilt. We interpreted his motive as purely financial. We were wrong. It was also personal. He felt betrayed twice over, first by the loss of the diamond, and long before that, by the loss of his friend's loyalty. I sank into my chair, the leather groaning under my weight. This new understanding did not feel like clarity. It felt like a door opening onto a deeper, darker corridor. If Keegan's primary motive was a twisted sense of personal betrayal, then his confrontation on the river was not just a greedy struggle. It was the culmination of a decades-old wound, festering in the dark. It made his crime somehow more human, and therefore more terrible. "And Ernesto?" I asked, almost afraid of the answer. Iskias gave a short, sharp shake of his head. A man who dedicates his life to reclaiming a holy artifact does not send a jasmine flower to the daughter of the man who helped steal it. That is not a gesture of closure. It is a gesture of connection, of unfinished business. He returned to the window. We stopped at the point where the mechanism produced a result we found satisfying. We did not follow the energy to its ultimate dissipation. The pact was broken, the river remembered, but the human hearts involved are still beating, still feeling. The story is not over, Alan. It has merely changed shape. He was right. The clean, sharp truth we had presented to Louise was now a tangled, living thing. It had roots that reached back decades and branches that stretched into an uncertain future. I looked at the typewriter, its keys waiting. Iskias was not typing the end of the story. He was typing a new chapter, one we had been too blind to see. The case was not a closed book on a shelf. It was a seed planted in the dark soil of the past, and we were only now beginning to see the strange and troubling shape of its growth. The silence that followed was heavier than any we had shared before. It was filled with the implications of Iskias's words. We had not solved a crime. We had diagnosed a symptom of a deeper, older sickness. I thought of Keegan, not as a monster on the riverbank, but as a man haunted by the ghost of a brotherhood he himself had shattered. His fate, to be exposed and left to the torment of his own conscience, now seemed a more complex punishment. "And what do we do?" I finally asked. "Do we go to Louise with this? It would only confuse the peace she has found." "Peace is a temporary state, like a calm sea," Iskias murmured, still watching the street. "It is not our role to provide it, but to pursue the current of truth, no matter how deep it runs. We do not go to her, not yet. We must first find the source of this new thread." He turned from the window, his energy restored, his focus now a laser point on this fresh anomaly. The jasmine flower, it is the key. It is a message, but not one of peace. It is a signal. Ernesto is not a specter who has returned to the mists of India. He is here, and he is watching her. The following days were a return to the hunt, but the quarry had changed. We were no longer seeking a missing man or a stolen diamond. We were tracking a ghost who had left a floral calling card. Iskias deduced that a man like Ernesto, a foreigner with a priceless artifact and a mission, would need allies. He would not frequent the main shipping lines or the common taverns. He would seek the city's hidden capillaries, the communities of Lascars and merchants from the subcontinent. We found ourselves in the East End, in narrow lanes where the smell of turmeric and incense overpowered the usual London smells of coal and damp. It was a world within a world, vibrant and closed. Iskias, with his quiet authority and a few carefully spoken words of Hindi, gained an audience with an elderly spice merchant in a back room filled with sacks of cardamom and cinnamon. The old man listened, his eyes like dark pebbles, as Iskias spoke not of diamonds or murder, but of honor and a debt that may not yet be fully paid. When Iskias described the jasmine flower, the man's expression did not change, but he gave a slow, deliberate nod. "He is here," the merchant said. "The man you seek, he waits. The flower was not an end, it was a beginning. He believes the daughter carries the father's shame and his redemption. He watches to see which seed will grow." The air left my lungs. Ernesto did not see Louise as an innocent party. He saw her as part of the legacy, the final piece of the pact her father had broken. His gesture was not one of kindness, but of assessment. We left the shop with a warning and a location, a room overlooking the river in Wapping. As we walked, the familiar feeling of being watched returned, but it was different now. It was not the aggressive shadow of a pursuer, but the patient, measuring gaze of a sentinel. Iskias stopped before we reached the building. "We will not confront him, Alan, not directly." "Then why are we here?" I asked, my nerves stretched taut. "To observe, to understand the new variable. The mechanism has not stopped. Keegan was one gear, Ernesto is another, and Louise Fairchild is the third. We must see how they turn, if they turn at all." We took up a position in a pub across the narrow street, its windows grimy but providing a clear view of the building's entrance. We waited for hours as the light faded, and then we saw her. Louise, her head covered by a shawl, but her determined walk unmistakable. She approached the door and without hesitation knocked. A long minute passed before the door opened. We could not see who stood within, only the faint glow of a lamp from inside. She spoke a few words, and then she stepped across the threshold and was gone. Iskias let out a long, slow breath. "The thread pulls taut," he said. "She did not come for answers from us. She came to find him. She knew. Perhaps she always knew." The door to the room across the street remained closed. We did not know what was being said inside, what reckoning or understanding was taking place. We only knew that the story we had closed was now wide open, its true ending being written not by detectives, but by the heirs of a broken pact, meeting in a dim room by the relentless, remembering river. We did not move from our post. The pub around us filled and emptied with the tides of the evening, a cacophony of laughter and clinking glasses that felt a world away from the silent vigil we kept. The single window of the room across the street remained a dull, amber square, offering no shadow play, no clue to the drama unfolding within. "She went willingly," I murmured, more to myself than to Iskias. "She walked right in." "She is not a child," he replied, his voice low. "She is the daughter of an adventurer and a thief. She has inherited his courage, if not his moral flexibility. She is not seeking a villain to punish. She is seeking the other half of her history." Another hour passed. The city's bells tolled, their sound muffled by the fog that was once again creeping from the river. I thought of the three people in that room, the guardian of a lost god, the daughter of a penitent thief, and the ghost of a diamond that had caused so much grief. What could they possibly say to one another? What transaction of the soul was taking place? Then the door opened. Louise emerged alone. She paused on the step, pulling her shawl tighter, not against the cold, but as if settling a new weight upon her shoulders. She did not look distraught. She looked resolved. She turned and walked away, not back towards the main thoroughfares, but deeper into the warren of lanes towards the river. We waited, but Ernesto did not appear. The light in the window went out. The building was once again a dark, anonymous silhouette. "Do we follow her?" I asked. Isaias shook his head. "No, her path is her own now. Our role as investigators is concluded. We are merely observers of the aftermath." He paid for our drinks and we stepped out into the chill, damp air. The fog was thick now, a true London particular, swallowing sound and sight. We walked in the direction Louise had gone, not in pursuit, but as if pulled by the same current. The lane ended at a set of old, slippery stairs leading down to the water, and there she was, a solitary figure at the river's edge. She stood for a long moment, looking into the black, flowing water. Then she reached into the folds of her coat. Even from a distance, I saw the object in her hand catch the faint, diffused light of a distant wharf lamp. It was small, and it gleamed with a cold, yellow fire, the tear of the sun. My heart seized. Ernesto had not just spoken to her, he had given it to her. He had passed the burden, the honor, the curse into her hands. She did not hold it for long. With a movement that was neither hurried nor hesitant, but utterly final, she drew back her arm and threw the diamond. It spun once, a fleeting, captured star, and then vanished into the Thames with a soundless splash. The river, which had taken her father, now took the cause of his downfall. She stood for a moment longer, a silhouette of release, and then she turned and walked away, disappearing into the fog without a backward glance. Isaias and I were left alone on the empty wharf. The greatest fortune any of us had ever seen was gone, sunk into the mud and the history of the city. It was not returned to a temple across the sea. It was returned to the element of truth and consequence that had always governed this story. He judged her, Isaias said softly, his breath a pale plume in the cold air, and he found her worthy of making the choice her father could not. The pact is finally mended, not by returning the tear to its gods, but by surrendering it to the river of time. We walked home in silence. The typewriter, I knew, would remain still. There were no more words to be written, no more mechanisms to diagram. The story had ended not with a solution, but with an absolution that was beyond our understanding. The case of John Fairchild was closed, not in our files, but in the deep, dark, flowing heart of London itself. The days that followed possessed a strange, hollow quality. The city's sounds, which had been layered with meaning for weeks, reverted to mere noise. The office was quiet, the typewriter shrouded in its cover. Isaias spent his days reading, but his eyes often strayed to the window, lost in a contemplation I dared not interrupt. We had witnessed an ending, but it did not feel like a victory. It felt like a sacrament we were not meant to see. A week after the night at the wharf, a small, plain envelope was delivered to our office. It contained no letter, only a pressed, dried jasmine flower, identical to the one Louise had described. Isaias held it in his palm. Its fragile, white form a stark contrast to his long, precise fingers. "It is not a message for her this time," he said. "It is for us, a receipt, a confirmation that the account is settled." I thought of Ernesto, still somewhere in the city's shadows, or perhaps already on a ship, his life's purpose dissolved not in failure, but in a resolution he had orchestrated. He had used us not to find the diamond, but to find the truth that would lead to this moment. We were not the solvers of the puzzle, but pieces moved across the board by a hand we never saw. "Do you think she is at peace?" I asked. Isaias placed the flower carefully on his desk. Peace is a direction, not a destination. She has chosen her path. She has faced the legacy of her father and the judgment of his victim, and she has acted. That is a heavier burden than ignorance, but a lighter one than deceit. I found myself once again walking by the Thames. The water was high, the current strong, carrying flotsam and jetsam out to sea. I looked for nothing in its flow now. The river had taken what it was owed. The tear was gone, but its absence was a presence in itself, a quiet space in the world where a great weight had been. I realized then that the story had not become a part of me as I had feared. Instead, I had become a small part of it, a witness, a note in the margin of a tale about greed and honor and the long, slow work of atonement. The The cold yellow light was extinguished, the jasmine scent had faded, but the memory of both was now a permanent layer in the geology of my mind, a fossil of a truth that was finally complete. I did not go back to the office immediately. The city felt too loud, too close. I walked for hours, my feet tracing a path through the parks and along the quieter squares, as if I could outpace the lingering gravity of the Fairchild case. When I finally returned, the evening was drawing in. Isyes was still at his desk, the single lamp casting a warm pool of light in the growing dark. The pressed jasmine flower was gone, filed away in one of his meticulous cabinets, another artifact for his museum of human complication. He did not look up as I entered, but he spoke, his voice calm and measured. "We will have another client soon. There is always another mystery, a missing person, a stolen document, a lie that needs unraveling." I hung my coat on the stand, the familiar routine feeling both comforting and alien. "And will we solve it?" I asked, the question carrying more weight than I intended. He finally lifted his gaze. His eyes were clear again, the analytical instruments restored, but I could see a new depth in them, a patience carved from our recent journey. "We will follow the threads we are given. We will build a narrative from the evidence. We will provide a service, but we will no longer pretend that our solution is the final word. Truth is a river, Alan. We can only map a single bend." Right, the next client would come and we would listen and we would investigate. But something had shifted in our practice. We were no longer just detectives assembling facts. We were interpreters of the deep, murky currents of the human heart. The typewriter would click again, but its sound would now be a reminder that every story is connected to a deeper, older flow, and that some truths are not meant to be possessed, only acknowledged before they continue on their endless, winding course to the sea. The silence that settled between us was different from any before. It was not the absence of sound, but the presence of a shared understanding. The office, once a workshop for dissecting lies, now felt like a quiet chapel dedicated to the mysteries we could not solve, only honor. The next client arrived 2 days later, a nervous man with a story about a missing brother and a debt to a shadowy consortium. We took the case, of course. Isyes asked his precise questions, and I took my notes, but as the man spoke, I found myself listening not just to the facts, but to the cadence of his fear, the unspoken history behind his eyes. I was no longer just recording events, I was gauging the depth of the water. Our investigation took us to the docks, a different part of the river from where Louise had stood. The air smelled of salt and tar, and the gulls cried overhead. We found the brother not in a criminal-esque den, but in a small chapel, praying for the courage to face his failures. The consortium was a fiction, a monster he had created to explain his own poor choices. The truth was simpler and sadder than our client had imagined. We presented our findings. There was no dramatic confrontation, no mechanism of justice to set in motion. There was only the quiet, difficult truth of a man's weakness. Our client left, not with the satisfaction of a puzzle solved, but with the heavy burden of a new reality. As the door closed, Isyes looked at me. "You see, the pattern repeats, but the scale changes. A fortune lost is not always a diamond. Sometimes it is a brother's respect." I nodded, looking out at the gray expanse of the Thames. The river was the same, but I was not. I understood now that our work was not about endings. It was about witnessing the middle of the story, the point where the current turns, and offering a momentary glimpse of the shore. The typewriter would click, the files would grow, but the true record of our work was the silent, shifting geography of our own perceptions, shaped by the relentless flow of other people's lives. The Brother S case was closed, but its residue lingered like the scent of cheap soap in our office. It was a smaller, sadder echo of the grand drama we had witnessed, a reminder that most crimes are not against society, but against the fragile trust between individuals. I found myself thinking of Keegan, the disgraced brother from the Fairchild affair, and wondered if he too was living out his days in a similar, self-imposed exile, haunted by a different kind of broken faith. A month passed, spring began to tentatively assert itself, pushing pale green shoots through the soot-blackened earth of the city's parks. I was reviewing the accounts, a mundane task that felt grounding when the post arrived. Among the bills and circulars was a square, heavy envelope of fine quality paper. It was addressed to both of us. Inside was no letter. It was a photograph, slightly faded at the edges. It showed a young John Fairchild and a dark-haired, serious-looking man I recognized as Ernesto from Isia's earlier descriptions. They were standing on a sun-baked hillside, their arms slung around each other's shoulders, laughing. They looked impossibly young, their faces unlined by betrayal or the weight of a god's eye. On the back, in a precise, unfamiliar hand, were written just 2 words, "Thank you." Isias took the photograph from me. He studied it for a long time, his expression unreadable. "He is saying goodbye," he said finally, "and he is acknowledging that our interference, however clumsy, was a necessary part of the process. We were the catalyst, not the agent." He did not file the photograph away. Instead, he propped it on the corner of his desk where the light from the window fell upon it. It was a strange memento, a frozen moment of friendship that had spawned decades of consequence. It did not belong in a cabinet. It belonged in the open, a quiet testament to the fact that every villain in one story is a friend in another. Life and our work continued. The mysteries grew no less complex, but our approach to them was forever altered. We pursued facts with the same rigor, but we now listened for the silence between the words, watched for the shadow of older, deeper stories falling across the new. We were detectives, yes, but we had become something more, chroniclers of the human current, forever tracing its bends, knowing we would never see its source or its mouth, but honored to witness its relentless, beautiful, and terrible flow. I found my eyes drifting to that photograph throughout the days that followed. The 2 young men, frozen in their moment of camaraderie, became a fixed point in the office, a north star by which we could calibrate the moral ambiguities of our new cases. It was a reminder that the clearest truth is often the one that existed before the story and after. One afternoon, a well-dressed woman came to us, her story a tangled web of suspected infidelity and missing jewelry. As Isias questioned her, I watched her hands, the way she twisted a wedding band that was no longer on her finger. Her narrative was full of specific accusations and timelines, but her eyes held a more profound, simpler sorrow. She was not here to find her husband's mistress. She was here to find a reason for the emptiness in her home. We took her money and began the investigation. It led us to a modest flat in Bloomsbury, where we observed her husband entering each evening alone. He purchased flowers from the same stall every Friday. He visited the library. He seemed, by all accounts, a lonely and devoted man. The truth, when we pieced it together, was that the wife had left him a year prior, unable to bear the quiet grief that had consumed him after the loss of their child. She had invented the affair, the theft, as a monster she could fight, something more tangible than the silence that had driven her away. We presented our report to her in silence. She read it, her face crumbling not in anger, but in a devastating relief. The monster was gone, and only the sad, quiet truth remained. She left without another word. We did not give her the truth she wanted, I said to Isias after she had gone. We gave her the truth that was. "It is the only kind we have to give," he replied, his gaze shifting to the photograph of Fairchild and Ernesto. "It is rarely a comfort, but it is the material from which one must rebuild." The seasons turned, the photograph on the desk faded a little more. We worked, we ate, we walked along the river. I no longer looked for gleaming yellow stones in its depths. I looked only at the surface, at the way it reflected the ever-changing sky, a vast and shifting eye that held all our stories in its silent, patient gaze. We were a part of its history now, and it was a permanent part of ours. The current moved on, and so did we, carried forward by the simple, unending business of living, our small boat steady on the deep, dark water. One evening, as a soft summer rain began to patter against the window, Isias closed the file on a particularly tedious matter of forged shipping manifests. He leaned back in his chair, the leather sighing under his weight, and looked at me. "It is enough," he said. The statement was so simple, so final, that for a moment I did not understand. Then I did. He was not speaking of the case. He was speaking of our partnership, of this chapter in the city's endless chronicle. He had seen what he needed to see. The mechanisms of human consequence were no longer a puzzle to be solved, but a rhythm to be observed. We did not have a grand farewell. We settled our accounts, gave notice on the office, and packed our few personal effects. The furniture, the filing cabinets, the shrouded typewriter, we left for the next tenants, whoever they might be. Isias took only his books and the photograph. I took my notebooks, the pages filled with a script that was no longer just a record, but a testament. On our last day, I stood alone in the empty room. The echoes of all the voices that had filled it seemed to linger in the dust motes dancing in the slanted light. I thought of Louise, of Ernesto, of the nervous man and his brother, of the grieving wife. Their stories were not closed, not really. They were simply continuing elsewhere, out of our sight. We had been a way station, a brief pause for reflection in their long journeys. I met Isaias at the door. He did not look back. We walked out into the street together for the last time, the sound of the traffic a familiar dirge. At the corner we parted with a handshake, a look of deep, unspoken understanding passing between us. He turned one way, towards the quiet and the contemplation of his library. I turned the other, towards the bustling heart of the city. I found myself, as I always did, at the river. I stood on the embankment, the rain a fine mist on my face, and watched the water flow eastward. It carried everything with it, the memory of a diamond-esque cold fire, the scent of jasmine, the ghost of a friendship, the weight of a choice. It was all there, suspended in the current, part of the vast, dark, and beautiful whole. And I, a single witness, turned and walked into the crowd, carrying the quiet of the deep water within me. The rain intensified, washing the grime from the cobblestones and turning the city into a blurred watercolor of grays and browns. I walked without a destination, the rhythm of my steps a counterpoint to the downpour. The feeling of an ending was profound, yet it was not a void. It was a fullness, a saturation. I had spent so long observing the intricate clockwork of other lives that I had forgotten my own hands could turn the gears. Days later, I found myself in a small stationer's shop, the air thick with the scent of ink and paper. I purchased a new notebook, one with blank, unlined pages. That evening in my rented room, I did not open it to record the facts of a case. Instead, I began to write, not about the mysteries I had solved, but about the river. I wrote about its many moods, its relentless flow, and the secrets it consented to hold. I wrote about the people whose lives had briefly intersected with its timeless course. The words came not as a report, but as a story, my own private testament to the current that had reshaped me. It was a different kind of work, a different kind of listening. I was no longer a detective, but I was still a witness. The city offered its stories freely now, not as puzzles to be cracked, but as threads in a vast, unfolding tapestry. I would sit in a cafe and watch the passers-by, not to deduce their secrets, but to imagine their journeys. The weight of the diamond was gone, replaced by the lighter, more enduring burden of memory and meaning. The case was closed, but the narrative, I understood now, was never truly about the case. It was about the change it wrought in those who touched it. And in the quiet of my new life, I continued to write, adding my own small, humble voice to the endless, whispering story of the Thames. A year passed. The notebook filled, and then another. I did not seek publication or recognition. The writing was its own purpose, a process of sifting and understanding. I occasionally received a brief, formal letter from Isias, always on fine, cream-colored paper. They never spoke of the past, only of a book he was reading or an observation on the migrating birds. They were his way of saying he was still there, that the thread, though slack, was not broken. One crisp autumn day, a notice in the newspaper caught my eye. It was a small announcement tucked away in the society pages. Louise Fairchild was to be married. The groom was a man I did not know, a scholar of antiquities with no notable fortune. The brief article mentioned she had established a charitable foundation, funded by the careful dissolution of her father's remaining assets, dedicated to supporting the families of men lost at sea. She had not run from her name or her legacy. She had shouldered it and was building something new upon its foundation. I clipped the notice and placed it between the pages of my first notebook, beside the pressed, phantom jasmine flower Isias had given me before we parted. It was not a keepsake of an ending, but a marker of a turn in the river. She had found her own direction. That afternoon I walked to the post office and mailed my latest notebook to Isias. I included no letter. He would understand the contents were for him, a continuation of a conversation we had never really stopped having. He would read it with his careful, analytical eyes, and he would see the map I was drawing of the world after the detective-esque work was done. It was a map of quiet connections and enduring currents, a chronicle of a life spent not in pursuit of truth, but in reverence of it. The story was not over. It was simply being told from a different bend in the river. The package to Isias was not an ending, but a casting of a line back into the waters we had both navigated. His response came not by post, but in person. I returned to my lodgings one evening to find him standing on the pavement, a familiar silhouette against the gaslight. He held my notebook in his hand. "You have become the chronicler," he said, his voice carrying the same measured tone, though it seemed softer now, worn smooth by time and solitude. We did not go to a cafe or a pub. We simply walked, our path inevitably leading us to the embankment. The river was high, swollen with recent rain, and it moved with a powerful, silent purpose. "I have been reading your accounts," he said after a long silence. "You see the patterns I could only categorize. You give them a narrative cohesion I lacked the poetry to provide." He stopped and turned to me. "It is a more valuable service, I think, than any we offered as detectives. We provided answers. You are providing context." He handed me a small, flat box. Inside, nestled on a bed of dark velvet, was the photograph of Fairchild and Ernesto. "It belongs with the Chronicle," he said. "A story should not be separated from its artifacts. Keep it." I accepted the gift, understanding the profound trust it represented. He was passing the torch, not of investigation, but of interpretation. He had been the architect of facts, and he was now entrusting me with the softer, more enduring architecture of meaning. We parted once more at the same corner, the City S noise a buffer against the weight of the moment. I watched him walk away until he was absorbed by the night and the crowd. Back in my room, I placed the photograph on my desk. The two young men smiled their timeless, ignorant smile, a frozen moment that had generated so much consequence. I opened a fresh notebook to its first page. The blank space was not an emptiness, but a potential. The story of the river was endless, and I had found my place not as a detective in its midst, but as a scribe on its banks, my pen poised, ready to record the next shift in the current, the next whisper from the deep, dark water. The whisper came sooner than I expected. A few days later, a knock at my door revealed a young woman, her face pale and her eyes red-rimmed. She was the daughter of the wife from the Bloomsbury case, the one who had invented the affair. She had found my name in her mother's effects. Her mother had passed, she explained, but before she did, she had made peace with her husband. They had spent his final months together, their shared grief finally a bridge instead of a chasm. The daughter had come to thank me, she said, for returning her father to them even for a little while. It was a truth I had not known we uncovered, a consequence hidden within the folds of a sadder fact. After she left, I did not file the information away. I picked up my pen. The story was not about the case, but about the quiet reconciliation that bloomed after the case was closed. The current moved in ways we could never predict, carrying seeds of peace to shores we would never see. And so, I continued to write. Story 3. The steady, metronomic click of the typewriter was the only sound in the room, a mechanical heartbeat in the late afternoon stillness. Then it stopped, not with the finality of a finished sentence, but abruptly mid-clack, as if the thought itself had been severed. The silence that rushed in to fill the void was thick and heavy, a presence in itself. It was the silence of a held breath, of a secret too terrible to speak. In that silence, the old man at the desk, Dale, slumped forward, his forehead coming to rest with a soft, final thud on the ivory keys. Francesco learned of it 3 days later, not through any official channel, but via a terse, typed letter on cheap paper. It was slipped under the door of his coastal cottage, a place he had chosen for its lack of memory. The The letter contained only a name, Dale, an address, and a single typewritten sentence. He is gone. The wind off the Pacific was cold as Francesco stood on his porch, the paper trembling minutely in his hand. He had thought himself done with ghosts, but they had a way of crossing oceans. The city received him with a damp, indifferent embrace. Rain slicked the streets, turning the neon signs into bleeding watercolors. Dale's apartment was a tomb preserved in dust and regret. The police had called it a suicide, a simple matter of an old man, a bottle of bourbon, and a handful of pills. The scene was too perfect, a stage set for despair. Francesco moved through the rooms with the slow, deliberate pace of a man reading a familiar text. He saw what they had wanted him to see. But he also saw the subtle disruptions in the dust, the faint scuff mark near the doorframe that spoke of a struggle too quiet to be noticed, the way a single book on a crowded shelf was pushed in too far, its spine a different shade from its neighbors. It was a message, a signature. He pulled the book free. It was a collection of poems, cheaply bound. Inside the hollowed-out pages rested a single, aged photograph. It showed three younger men, arms slung around each other's shoulders, standing before a vast, desolate wall. Francesco, his hair still dark, his eyes not yet haunted. Dale grinning, a nervous energy about him even in the faded print. And between them Alonso, his smile a razor cut, his gaze already fixed on a horizon far beyond the camera's lens. The Berlin Wall, a lifetime ago. The senior officials at the agency received him with the weary politeness reserved for inconvenient relics. Their office was all muted grays and filtered light, a place where consequence was sterilized into report. They spoke of closed chapters and moving forward. They offered him coffee and platitudes. But Francesco, quiet in his worn jacket, saw the flicker in the deputy director's eyes, a quick, nervous dart towards a sealed file on his desk. It was not support they offered, but toleration. He was a loose thread, and they were afraid of what might unravel if he was pulled. The investigation was a descent into a palimpsest of his own life. Every clue led him down a corridor of his own past. A name whispered by a broken field agent in a safe house that smelled of stale cigarettes and fear. A name that echoed an operation in Vienna buried under layers of official denial. A bank transaction, a small, regular deposit to a dummy corporation that traced back to a shadowy network they had spent years trying to dismantle. Alonso's network. It was not just a murder, it was a move in a game they had been playing for 40 years. Dale had been the last link, a fragile man holding a secret that could burn it all down, and someone had decided to snip that link. He felt Billy's absence in these moments, a cold space beside him in his sterile hotel room. She was back in the cottage by the sea, a silence on the other end of a telephone line that was heavier than any argument. His dedication to this shadow world had been the slow poison in their marriage, a choice he had made again and again, always for duty, until one day there was nothing left to choose. Her ghost was the one he had never been able to outrun. The pieces began to coalesce, not into a clear picture, but into a shape he recognized. The pattern was Alonso's, the elegance of the pressure applied, not a blunt force, but a precise, insidious squeeze. Dale had been blackmailed, not for money, but for something far more precious to a man like him, a man who had already given his youth to the cause, his legacy. His son, it turned out, was entangled in a messy financial scandal in a Baltic state, one that Alonso's people had engineered and could just as easily make disappear. The price was a file, a single damning file that Dale had kept as his own insurance policy. Francesco found the field agent who had been Dale's last contact, a woman named Vera with eyes the color of a winter sky and a stillness that spoke of controlled violence. She met him in the hushed grandeur of a museum hall, surrounded by marble gods. Her voice was low, a murmur lost in the vast space. She confirmed what he had already pieced together. Dale was supposed to pass the file to her. He had been scared, talking in circles about devils and bargains. He believed he could outmaneuver Alonso, trade a copy for his son's freedom. A fatal error. Alonso did not make bargains, he collected debts. The final confrontation was not in a smoky bunker or a windswept airfield, but in the orchid-scented humidity of a public conservatory. Alonso was there, as Francesco knew he would be, tending to a rare, deep crimson blossom with a surgeon-esque care. He looked older, the lines on his face more deeply etched, but his presence was undiminished, a force of nature contained within a tailored suit. They stood for a long moment, two old chess players regarding the board after a lifetime of moves. The air was thick with the scent of earth and exotic flowers. He was a good man in the end, Francesco said, his voice quiet. He wanted to protect his boy. Alonso snipped a dead leaf from the plant with a small, silver tool. Sentimentality is a luxury our profession cannot afford, Francesco. You, of all people, should know that. He did not look up. He tried to play a game for which he had no stomach. He had something that belonged to a larger narrative. I merely retrieved it. A man is dead, Alonso. Men die, Alonso replied, his tone conversational, almost bored. Policies shift, empires rise and fall. It is the tide. Dale was a ripple. He held the file. A file, I might add, that contains certain truths about your own side-S operations that your masters would very much prefer remain buried. Truths about a certain incident in Prague, the one that cost you, personally, so much. Francesco felt the old wound ache, a phantom pain from a loss he carried every day. Billy had left him a week after Prague. This was not about East and West, was it? Francesco said. This was about you and me. You used him to draw me out. Finally, Alonso turned, his eyes meeting Francesco's. They were the same eyes from the photograph, intelligent, merciless, and utterly captivating. Our conversation was always unfinished, my old friend. This world is becoming gray, managed by clerks and accountants. They have no appreciation for the art. You and I, we are the last of a kind. This was my final move, to show you that the board is still there, that I am still here. There was no dramatic fight, no drawn weapons. The violence between them had always been of a more refined kind. A security team, sleek and efficient, materialized at the far end of the greenhouse. Alonso gave Francesco a small, almost imperceptible nod, a gesture of respect from one master to another. Then he turned and walked away, disappearing between the lush, dripping foliage, leaving only the scent of orchids and the echo of his presence. The official report, of course, stated that the investigation into Dale's death had reached an inconclusive end. The case was closed, the file archived. The senior officials were relieved. Francesco returned to his cottage by the sea. The wind still blew, the gulls still cried. He sat on the porch, the photograph of the three young men before the wall in his hand. He thought of Dale's interrupted life, of Alonso's relentless logic, of the gray officials in their gray rooms, of the cold space in his own bed. Some months later, a plain package arrived with no return address. Inside was a single tape cassette. He played it on an old machine he had to dig out of a closet. The sound was faint, scratchy. It was Dale's voice, trembling, frightened, speaking to someone in the moments before he died. He was explaining about the file, about the blackmail, about Alonso's reach. And then his voice dropped to a whisper, so low Francesco had to strain to hear, the words almost swallowed by the hiss of the tape. He said that the file was not the only copy. He said that Francesco would know where to look, that he had left it with the tape ended there, the whisper trailing off into a final, eternal silence, the last name lost to the void, leaving the final truth unspoken and the case hanging forever in the quiet air of the room. He sat there for a long time, the hiss of the dead tape filling the small cottage. He knew. The final word, the name Dale had tried to utter, was not a person. It was a place. A place from the photograph, the wall. He booked a flight to Berlin that evening. The city that had been a scar was now a vibrant, unified metropolis, but Francesco saw only the ghost lines of the old divisions. He went to the East Side Gallery, to the exact stretch of concrete where the photograph had been taken. He stood where they had stood, three young men who believed they were shaping history. Now one was dead by another's hand, and the third was a ghost haunting his life. He ran his fingers over the painted surface, over murals of hope and freedom. He found the section he was looking for, a faded painting of a dove. Dale had always been sentimental. He pressed against the concrete, feeling for a seam, a looseness. Near the base, behind a small, protruding chunk of rubble disguised as part of the artwork, he found it, a loose brick. He worked it free, his heart a dull, heavy drum in his chest. Behind it was a small, waterproof metal box, slick with condensation and time. He did not open it there. He slipped it into his coat and walked away, just another tourist in the crowd. Back in his hotel room, the lock clicked open with a sigh. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a stack of microfilm and a small, black notebook. The file, the real one, the one Alonso had killed for, the one the agency wanted buried. He spent the night reading it, the small, precise script of his dead friend illuminating the shadows of their shared past. It was all there. The lies, the betrayals, the sanctioned murders, the Prague operation in devastating, personal detail. It was not just an indictment of Alonso, but of the very institution Francesco had served. It was a confession and a weapon. He had a choice. He could burn it and let the silence finally settle over Dale's memory, over his own. He could send it to the agency and watch the world he helped build tear itself apart in a frenzy of denials and recriminations. Or he could do what Dale had ultimately done. He could keep it. He could become the new keeper of the silence, the new fragile link. He packed the box carefully into his bag. The flight home was long. The sea was the same gray as the Berlin sky. He placed the box inside a fireproof safe he buried under the floorboards of the cottage. He did not call Billy. He simply sat on the porch, listening to the tide, understanding now that some ghosts are not meant to be laid to rest, but carried. The game was not over. It had simply been passed on. The weight of the box under the floorboards was a constant, low hum in his consciousness, a second heartbeat beneath the cottage's quiet rhythms. He did not look at it again. To open the safe would be to make a decision, and he found he had no will left for decisions. His life narrowed to the simple, daily mechanics of existence. He mended a broken step on the porch. He watched the gulls wheel against the clouded sky. He learned the different moods of the tide. The call came on a Tuesday morning, the phone's shrill ring a violation of the quiet. It was not Billy. The voice on the other end was smooth, cultured, and utterly devoid of warmth. It was the deputy director's aide. "We understand you've been through a difficult time, Francesco. The agency would like to extend its support. A debriefing, purely informal, to tie up any loose ends." It was not a request. It was a probe, a delicate tap on the hull of his solitude to see if he was still seaworthy. He gave them nothing, his answers as gray and featureless as the ocean fog. He claimed fatigue, grief, a desire for permanent retirement. He could feel their skepticism through the wire, a tangible pressure. They knew he had been to Berlin. They knew he had visited the wall. They were connecting dots, and the picture they were drawing was of a liability. A week after the call, a car pulled up on the gravel road, a dark, unremarkable sedan. A man in a dark suit got out and walked to his mailbox. He did not approach the cottage. He simply deposited a single, thick manila envelope into the box, got back in the car, and drove away. Francesco waited until the dust had settled before retrieving it. Inside were photographs. Grainy, long-lens shots of Billy, leaving her art studio in Santa Fe, loading canvases into her car, laughing with a friend at a sidewalk cafe. There were no threats, no demands. The message was clear. He was not the only one who could be found. The silence he carried was a shield, but it was also a target. He felt a cold fury then, a clarity he had not possessed since standing in the Orchid House. This was the world they had built. This was the gray, managed reality Alonso had scorned, and it was just as ruthless. They would not rest until they were sure the secret was safe, until he was broken and compliant, or simply gone. He could not run. He would not let them near Billy. That night he did not dig up the safe. Instead, he took a blank sheet of paper and a pen. He did not write a letter to the agency. He did not write a confession. He wrote a story. It was a simple, stark narrative of three men at the wall, of a friendship forged in shadow and broken by it. He wrote of Dale's fear and his final, desperate act of preservation. He wrote of Alonso's brilliant, corrosive logic. He did not use real names or places, but the allegory was thin, the truth shimmering just beneath the surface of the words. He wrote of the file not as a collection of secrets, but as a ghost, a weight passed from one hand to another. He wrote of the choice to carry it. In the morning, he made a single copy at a small, noisy print shop in the next town over. He sealed the original in a sturdy envelope and addressed it to a post office box in Zurich, a dead drop he had not thought of in 20 years, a relic from a different life. The copy he folded and placed inside a book on his shelf, a thick, dense history of maritime navigation. He knew they would eventually search the cottage, let them find his fictionalized account. Let them wonder what was truth and what was metaphor. Let them see that he was not just a keeper of secrets, but a teller of stories now. He mailed the envelope from a busy city post office 50 miles away. As the heavy door of the mailbox clanged shut, he felt not relief, but a shift. He had not ended the game. He had not revealed the secret. He had simply changed the rules. The file was no longer a static thing buried in the ground. It was a story in motion, a seed planted in fallow ground. Someone someday would open that box in Zurich. The truth was out of his hands now, a message in a bottle cast into a vast, uncaring sea. He drove back to the coast. The wind was picking up and the sea was a choppy, restless gray. He stood on the porch facing the horizon, and for the first time in a long time he felt not the burden of the past, but the uncertain pull of the future. The following week was a study in silence. He waited for a sign, for the phone to ring with a new, threatening tone, for another dark car to appear on the gravel road. But nothing happened. The world had absorbed his action and given nothing back. The sea continued its work, erasing footprints on the wet sand below the cottage. He found himself thinking of Billy not with the old, familiar ache of loss, but with a detached, almost clinical concern. The photographs had been a warning, but they had also been a snapshot of a life that had moved on, a life that was full and vibrant without him. His interference would be a poison worse than his absence. One afternoon, he took the folded copy of his story from the maritime history book. He sat at his small kitchen table and read it through, his own words feeling alien to him. It was a good story. It had the ring of truth, which was the best a story could hope for. He realized then that he had not written it for the agency or for some future, unknown reader in Zurich. He had written it for himself. It was a map of his own conscience, a way of laying out the pieces of his life to see if they could form a new pattern. He decided to burn it, not as an act of destruction, but as a ritual of release. He made a small, careful fire in the hearth and dropped the pages in one by one, watching the words blacken and curl into ash. The heat felt good on his face. When it was done, he felt lighter, as if he had shed a skin. A few days later, a different car came down the road, a dusty, practical sedan. A woman got out. It was Vera. She looked older in the daylight, the lines around her winter sky eyes more pronounced. She leaned against her car door, not approaching, giving him the space to come to her. He walked out onto the porch. "They didn't send me," she said. Her voice was calm, carried on the salt air. "I know," he replied. "I heard you took a trip to Berlin." He just looked at her, offering no confirmation or denial. She nodded slowly as if he had answered. They were nervous. The deputy director had a minor heart attack last week. Stress, they say. She allowed a faint, cold smile. They think you ray a loose cannon. They think you have the file. "Do I?" he asked. She shrugged. "It doesn't matter. What matters is that they believe you might use it. That makes you dangerous. And they don't know what to do with dangerous men anymore. They only know how to manage them." "And what do you think?" he asked. "I think Alonso was right about one thing," she said. "We are a dying breed. The game is different now. It has all algorithms and satellite feeds. There is no room for ghosts." She pushed herself off the car. "I am leaving. The service. There is nothing left for me there but a pension and a slow death by bureaucracy." "Where will you go?" "Somewhere sunny," she said, "somewhere with no history." She looked at him, a long, appraising look. "You should be careful, Francesco. They will watch you forever now. But watching is all they will do. They lack the conviction for anything else." She got back in her car and turned it around, the tires crunching on the gravel. He watched until her car was a speck in the distance, and then he went back inside. The cottage was quiet. He looked at the floorboard that hid the safe, then looked away. It was part of the foundation now, as much as the stone and the mortar. He would not look at it again. He picked up the phone, his fingers moving with a certainty that surprised him. He dialed a number he had not dialed in years. It rang 3 times before she answered. "Billy," he said, his voice was rough from disuse. "It's Francesco." There was a silence on the other end, but it was a different kind of silence. It was waiting. "I am not calling to explain," he said, "or to ask for anything. I just wanted to tell you a story. It's about an old man and the sea, and about the weight of some things we carry. It's not a long story, but it's true." He could hear her breathing, soft and steady. "Okay," she said, "I am listening." And as he began to speak, he looked out the window at the endless gray water, and for the first time he did not see an ending, but a beginning. He started slowly, the words clumsy at first, like stones pulled from a riverbed. He did not start with the wall or with Prague or with the cold mechanics of the agency. He started with the sound of the gulls and the smell of salt, with the weight of a small metal box under the floorboards. He told her about the silence that had grown inside him, a silence he had mistaken for peace. He told her about the ghost of a good man named Dale and the ghost of a brilliant man named Alonso, and how their 2 ghosts had forced him to see that his own life had become a kind of haunting. He spoke of choices, not as grand, dramatic crossroads, but as small, daily decisions to carry on, to bear witness, to remember. He did not ask for forgiveness. He did not offer excuses. He simply laid out the map of his last few months, the terrain of his solitude, and held it out to her across the wire. When he finished, the line was quiet again. He could hear the faint sounds of her world, the chime of a distant wind bell, the sigh of a desert breeze through the phone. "That's quite a story," she said finally. Her voice was neutral, but it was not cold. "It's not over," he said. "No," she replied, "I suppose it isn't tea." He didn't know what to say next. All the words he had stored up were spent. He just waited, listening to the static that connected their 2 separate worlds. "I have a show next month," she said, "a new series. They rate paintings of the canyon at different times of day. The light there, it changes everything." "It sounds beautiful," he said, and he meant it. "Maybe," she said, and he could hear the careful consideration in her voice, a door opening just a crack. "Maybe you could see them someday, when you're ready." It was not an invitation, it was a possibility. It was a thread, thin and fragile, cast across a continent. "I would like that," he said. After he hung up, the cottage felt different. The silence was no longer empty, but expectant. He walked outside and stood on the porch. The wind had died down and the sea was calm, a vast silver sheet under the twilight sky. He knew the box was still there beneath his feet. He knew the agency was still watching. He knew Alonso was out there somewhere, a phantom in the machine. But these things no longer felt like chains. They were simply facts, like the tide in the coming night. He had carried the weight until it had become a part of him, and in the carrying he had found a strength he had forgotten he possessed. The game was not over, but he was no longer a piece on the board. He was a player, and he had just made a new move, not of strategy, but of faith. He took a deep breath of the cold, clean air and went inside to make his tea. The next morning, he woke not to the memory of dreams, but to the solid reality of the decision he had made. The conversation with Billy hung in the air of the cottage like a change in the weather. He did not feel happy, not exactly, but he felt a quiet resolve that was its own kind of peace. He made coffee and took it onto the porch. The sea was a flat, pale gray, and the air was still. He saw the man then standing by the water's edge about 100 yards away. He was not dressed like a tourist. His coat was too formal, his posture too still. He was simply looking out at the water, but his presence was a deliberate mark on the landscape. Francesco felt a cold trickle of recognition. This was not the same man who had delivered the photographs. This was someone else. This was a watcher, just as Vera had said. He was a statement. We are here. We are always here. Francesco did not react. He did not stare or retreat inside. He simply sipped his coffee and looked past the man to the horizon. He understood the message, and he refused to acknowledge it. Let them stand in the cold. Let them watch his quiet life. They were waiting for a sign of weakness, for a move that would justify their own. He would give them nothing but the mundane spectacle of a man drinking his morning coffee. He spent the day in the small garden behind the cottage, pulling weeds from around the stubborn shrubs that clung to the rocky soil. It was hard physical work, and it felt good. His back ached and his hands grew dirty. He was aware of the watcher who had moved to a different position further down the beach, a dark, patient silhouette against the endless gray. Francesco found he could almost ignore him. The man was part of the scenery now, a feature of the landscape as unremarkable as a rock or a post. That evening he did something he had not done in years. He drove into the village and bought a bottle of good wine and a thick, expensive steak. He cooked it simply in a cast-iron pan, and he ate it at his small table while listening to a station of classical music on the radio. It was not a celebration. It was an affirmation. He was living his life on his terms in the shadow of their gaze. A few days passed in this manner. The watcher was always there, a different one each day, but always the same type of man. They were interchangeable, these sentinels of the gray world. Francesco went about his routines. He fixed a leaky faucet. He read a novel. He walked along the cliffs, never looking back at the man who followed at a discreet distance. One afternoon, a thick fog rolled in from the sea, muffling the world in a soft, white silence. Francesco stood on the porch, unable to see more than a few feet. He could not see the watcher. For the first time in days, he was truly alone. The isolation was profound, but it was not frightening. It was a gift. He knew it was temporary, that the fog would lift and the sentinel would reappear. But for this one quiet hour, the game was suspended. The world was reduced to the sound of his own breathing and the distant, mournful groan of a foghorn. When the fog finally began to thin, the first thing he saw was the dark shape of the watcher, standing exactly where he had been before the mist descended. The man had not moved. Francesco felt a strange, grudging respect for his dedication. This was their profession, their calling, to wait, to observe, to be a constant, unblinking eye. He went back inside and picked up the phone. He dialed Billy's number. She answered on the second ring. "It's Francesco," he said. "The fog came in today. You couldn't see a thing." She was quiet for a moment, and then she said, "I like the fog. It makes everything new." "Yes," he said, "it does." He didn't tell her about the watcher. He didn't tell her about the box. He told her about the novel he was reading and the leaky faucet he had fixed with a new washer. He told her the steak he decooked had been perfectly medium rare. He was building a new map for her, a map of his present, not his past. It was a map of small, ordinary things, and with every word he felt the weight under the floorboards become a little less his to carry alone. They talked for only 10 minutes, but the conversation was a bridge built over a chasm. After he hung up, the silence in the cottage was no longer a void, but a space he could inhabit. He looked at the worn floorboards and thought not of the file, but of the story he had sent to Zurich. It was a different kind of truth, one that could not be contained in a metal box. It was alive. The following morning, the watcher was still there, but something had changed. Francesco made 2 cups of coffee, strong and black. He walked out of his cottage and down the path toward the beach, a cup in each hand. The watcher, a lean man with a closed, professional face, watched his approach with no visible emotion. He did not move as Francesco drew near. "It's a cold morning," Francesco said, his voice calm. He held out the second cup. The man looked at the coffee, then at Francesco's face. For a long moment he simply assessed the situation, his training warring with the sheer unexpectedness of the gesture. Finally, a flicker of something not surprise, perhaps weary acknowledgement crossed his features. He took the cup. "Thank you," he said. His voice was flat but not hostile. They stood in silence for a minute, side by side, looking at the gray water, 2 men drinking coffee in the cold. "You don't have to stand out here all day," Francesco said. You can sit on the porch if you like. The view is better." The man gave a slow, almost imperceptible shake of his head. "Regulations," he said. Francesco nodded. "I understand." He turned and walked back to the cottage, leaving the watcher to his duty. It was not an act of defiance or submission. It was a simple recognition of their respective roles. He had broken the rhythm of their observation, if only for a moment. He had introduced a variable they could not easily quantify, a gesture of mundane humanity. He knew the watching would continue. The deputy director S. Hart might have faltered, but the machine he served was relentless. They would watch and wait, hoping for a mistake, for a coded signal to Zurich, for a clandestine meeting. They would find nothing but an old man living a quiet life by the sea. Weeks turned into a month. He spoke to Billy regularly now. Their conversations were still careful, but the map of his present was slowly being overlaid with the details of hers. She told him about the challenges of capturing the canyon's fleeting light, about a stubborn gallery owner, about the coyotes that sang behind her house at night. He told her about the stubborn garden, about the fishing boats that dotted the horizon, about the way the gulls fought over scraps. One evening, as a storm gathered out at sea, he received a different kind of call. It was from a lawyer in Bern. The voice was crisp and efficient. The post office box in Zurich, held under a long-dormant corporate identity, had received a delivery. According to the terms of the holding agreement, the contents were to be forwarded to a secure facility for storage until such time as the beneficiary or his designated heir claimed them. The process was complete. The story was safe. Francesco thanked the man and hung up. He felt a final, deep-seated tension release from his shoulders. The message was in the bottle. The sea had taken it. His part was done. He went to the window. The first drops of rain were beginning to hit the glass, and the watcher was gone, likely retreated to his car. The beach was empty. The wind was rising, whipping the sea into a fury of white caps. He was alone with the coming storm. He picked up the phone and dialed. "The show opens next week," Billy said. "The light is at S finally right." "I am ready," Francesco said, "if the invitation still stands." There was a pause, filled only by the sound of the wind and the rain against the window. "It does," she said. "Come and see the light." He put the phone down and began to pack a small bag. He would drive south in the morning, toward the sun, toward the canyon, toward a possibility. He was not running, he was not hiding, he was simply moving. The weight was still there, deep in the earth beneath the cottage, but it was no longer his to carry. He had passed it on. He had turned a secret into a story, and in doing so he had found his way back to the world. The drive took 3 days. He did not hurry. He stopped at roadside diners and slept in anonymous motels, the rhythm of the road a familiar, almost forgotten melody. He kept an eye on the mirrors, but he saw no one following. They were either very good or they had decided to let him go. He suspected it was the latter. He was no longer a threat, just a retired man on a trip. The landscape changed, the gray sea and green cliffs giving way to the vast, arid expanse of the desert. The air grew warm and dry, scented with dust and sage. He rolled down the windows and let the new world rush in. He found her house at the end of a long, unpaved road, a low-slung adobe structure that seemed to grow from the red earth. He parked the car and got out, his body stiff from the drive. The silence here was immense, a deep, resonant hum. The door opened and she stepped out onto the porch. She was exactly as he remembered, and yet completely different. Her hair was shorter, shot through with more gray, and her face was tanned and lined from the sun. She wore a simple smock stained with paint. She did not smile, but her eyes, the color of the winter sky he had left behind, held his gaze. "You found it," she said. He nodded. "I had good directions." He walked toward her, stopping at the bottom of the porch steps. The space between them felt charged, not with the old anger or hurt, but with the weight of all the unsaid years. "The light is different here," he said. "It is," she agreed. "It shows you what's really there." She turned and went inside, leaving the door open. He followed her into a large, airy room filled with canvases. They were propped against walls, stacked on tables, a symphony of color and shadow. They were all of the canyon, but not as a postcard. They were studies of time and erosion, of the way the sun could carve a rock and reveal its heart. They were brutal and beautiful. He stood before one, a depiction of deep twilight where the red rock seemed to blade into the purple sky. "You were right," he said, his voice soft. "They are beautiful." "It's just light on rock," she said, coming to stand beside him, "until it's not." They did not embrace. They did not try to bridge the years with a single touch. They simply stood together in the quiet room, looking at the truth she had painted. The past was a canyon between them, deep and wide. They could not cross it in a single step, but for the first time they were both standing on the same side, looking at it together. The story was not over. It was just entering a new chapter, written in a different kind of light. He stayed for a week. They did not speak of Prague, or of the wall, or of the long silence. They spoke of the desert, of the way the stars looked at night, untarnished by any other light. He helped her move some of the larger canvases for the show, his old strength a surprise to them both. He cooked for her one night, a simple pasta dish he remembered she liked, and they ate on the porch as the sun set the canyon on fire. On his last morning, he woke before dawn. He made coffee and brought a cup to her studio. She was already there, standing before a fresh, blank canvas, a single brush in her hand. She had not turned on the lights. The world outside the large window was a study in indigo and deep shadow. He set the coffee on a table beside her. She didn't look at him, her gaze fixed on the empty space before her. "It's the hardest part," she said. "The first mark, it commits you." "I know," he said. She picked up the brush, dipped it in a dark color he could not name, and made a single, bold stroke on the pristine white. It was not the beginning of anything recognizable, just a statement of intent. He left an hour later. They did not make plans. They did not promise to call. As he drove away, he looked in the rearview mirror and saw her still standing on the porch, a small, solid figure in the vast, waking landscape. He did not feel the ache of parting. He felt a quiet certainty, as steady as the horizon. He drove north, back toward the sea. The cottage was just as he had left it. The air was cooler, the light softer. The watcher was there, of course, a different man in the same coat, standing in the same spot. Francesco raised a hand in a brief, neutral greeting. The man gave a slight, almost invisible nod in return. The game, it seemed, had settled into a permanent, peaceful stalemate. He went inside. The silence welcomed him. He walked to the loose floorboard and pressed his foot down on it, feeling the solid, unyielding presence of the safe beneath. It was no longer a weight or a secret. It was just a box, a part of the house, a fact. He picked up the phone. He didn't dial Billy's number. Instead, he called the local market and placed an order for groceries. He asked for fish, for fresh vegetables, for a loaf of bread. He was planning his dinner. He was planning his tomorrow. The story was still being written, not in grand gestures or hidden files, but in the small, daily choice to live. He hung up the phone and went to put the kettle on. The sea outside his window was a calm, endless gray, and for the first time in a very long time it was enough. The fish was good, pan-fried with a little lemon and herbs from the garden. He ate it slowly, watching the evening settle over the water. The phone rang just as he was finishing. It was not Billy. It was a voice he had not heard in over a decade, smooth and cultured, the voice of a man who gave orders from behind a large, polished desk. "Francesco, it's good to hear your voice. I trust you are well." The deputy director, the man whose heart had faltered, he sounded perfectly healthy now. "I am," Francesco said, "and you? I heard you were unwell." A temporary condition. It provided a useful pause for reflection for all of us. Your trip to the desert was uneventful, I hope. "It was enlightening," Francesco said. "I am sure it was." There was a long silence on the line, a calculated piece of theater. "The file, Francesco. We have decided to close the book on Alonso. The official story will stand. It's cleaner that way." Francesco said nothing. He waited. Your retirement, the voice continued, is now permanent and absolute. The oversight you have experienced will be concluded. We thank you for your service and your discretion. There was no apology, there was no admission, there was simply a recalibration of the facts. The machine had assessed the risk and found it manageable. A retired agent and a painter in the desert were not worth the trouble. The story in the Swiss vault was a ghost they had decided to live with. I understand, Francesco said. Good, the line went dead. He stood holding the receiver for a moment, then placed it gently back in its cradle. He walked to the door and opened it. The beach was empty. The watcher was gone. He looked up and down the coastline, but there was no one. Only the sea and the gulls and the first stars pricking the violet sky. He felt no triumph, only a quiet sense of completion. A chapter had ended, not with a bang, but with a silent, bureaucratic whisper. The next day, a package arrived from the desert. It was not large, and it was carefully wrapped. Inside, there was no note. There was only a small painting on a wooden panel. It was a study of a single rock formation at dawn, the light hitting it at such an angle that it seemed to glow from within, its layers of sediment and time exposed in bands of ochre and rust and gold. It was a map of a place, but also of a moment, of a way of seeing. He hung it on the wall opposite the window, where the light from the sea would touch it in the afternoon. He stood back and looked at it. It was not a peace offering or a declaration. It was a shared fact. It was a new kind of thread, stronger than the last, woven not from words but from color and light. He made his tea and sat in his chair, the painting and the sea holding a silent conversation in the quiet room. He was home. The seasons turned. The gray sea warmed to a soft green in the summer, and the garden Francesco had neglected for so long burst into a riot of defiant color. He spent his days tending to it, his hands once again in the earth. He wrote letters to Billy, long, meandering letters about the progress of the roses and the habits of a particular fox that visited his yard at dusk. She wrote back with postcards, vivid images of the canyon under a midday sun or a sudden monsoon, with a few lines on the back about her work. The correspondence was a slow, patient dance, and he found he preferred its rhythm to the immediacy of the phone. One afternoon in late autumn, a storm more fierce than any he could remember lashed the coast. The wind screamed around the cottage, and the sea was a churning black fury. The power went out just after nightfall, plunging the house into darkness save for the frantic pulse of the lighthouse beam in the distance. He lit an old kerosene lamp and placed it on the table, its warm, shaky light pushing back the shadows. He was reading by its glow when he heard a new sound beneath the roar of the wind and the crash of the waves, a persistent, metallic creaking. He pulled on his coat and went out onto the porch, the wind nearly tearing the door from his grasp. The rain drove horizontally, stinging his face. He squinted into the darkness, following the sound. Down on the beach, a small fishing boat had been torn from its moorings and thrown onto the rocks. It was being pounded by the surf, its hull groaning with each impact. It was a tragedy, but a common one. He was about to turn back inside when a flicker of movement caught his eye. A figure was clinging to the shattered mast, a dark shape being swallowed by the white foam. Without conscious thought, Francesco was running down the path, his old legs protesting, his boots slipping on the wet stones. The wind tore the breath from his lungs. He scrambled over the rocky shore, the cold sea surging around his ankles, trying to pull him in. He reached the edge of the water, shouting, but his voice was lost in the storm. The figure on the boat was a young man, his face a pale mask of terror in the sporadic lighthouse beam. He saw Francesco and stretched out a hand. Francesco waded in the icy water, shocking his system, the current pulling fiercely at his legs. He grabbed a trailing rope from the boat and wrapped it around his forearm, bracing himself against a rock. He gestured wildly for the young man to let go, to trust the rope. For a long, terrible moment, the young man hesitated, frozen by fear. Then another wave crashed over the deck, and he was gone from the mast, swept into the churning water. Francesco pulled hand over hand, his muscles burning, the rope cutting into his flesh. He felt a weight on the other end, a dead, terrible weight. He pulled harder, his feet slipping on the algae-covered rocks. He dug in, roaring against the storm, and hauled the limp form of the young man onto the stony shore. He dragged him above the tide line and turned him over. The boy coughed, salt water spewing from his lips, and drew a ragged, shuddering breath. He was alive. Francesco got him to his feet, half carrying him back up the path to the cottage. He got him out of his wet clothes, wrapped him in blankets, and sat him by the dying embers of the fire, which he stoked back to life. He made sweet, hot tea and forced the boy to drink it. They sat in silence for a long time, the only sounds the howling wind and the boy's teeth chattering against the rim of the mug. "Thank you," the boy whispered finally, his voice raw. "I thought I was done for." Francesco just nodded. He looked at the boy's hands, young and strong, now scratched and bruised from clinging to the splintered wood. He saw the life in him, the future that had nearly been erased by the indifferent sea. He had not thought of the file, or of Alonso, or of the watchers. He had simply seen a man who needed help, and he had acted. It was the most uncomplicated truth he had known in years. When the storm abated near dawn, the boy's father arrived at the door, his face etched with a fear that turned to overwhelming relief when he saw his son, pale but alive, wrapped in Francesco's blankets. The gratitude was effusive, clumsy. Francesco accepted it with a quiet nod. After they left, the cottage was quiet again. The storm had passed, leaving a bruised, clean sky in its wake. He stood at the window, looking at the wreckage of the boat on the rocks. It would be scavenged for firewood, and soon the sea would erase all trace of it. He felt a profound tiredness, but also a deep, solid calm. He had spent a lifetime navigating shadows and secrets, but in the end it had come down to a rope in a storm and a life pulled back from the edge. It was enough. It was more than enough. He went to his chair and sat, the worn fabric familiar and comforting, and watched the new day break over the water. The days that followed were marked by a subtle shift. The villagers, who had always treated Francesco with a polite but distant respect, now nodded to him with a new warmth in their eyes. The story of the rescue had spread, as such stories do in small places. He was no longer just the quiet man from away. He was the man who had braved the storm. He accepted the change with the same quiet grace with which he had accepted his solitude. He continued his routines, the garden, the walks, the letters to Billy. He told her about the storm and the boy, his description characteristically plain and devoid of drama. Her reply came a week later, a postcard of a canyon washed clean by rain. On the back, she had written only, "I knew you were still in there." Winter came early, a hard, crisp cold that settled over the coast. The sea turned a leaden gray, and the gulls seemed to cry with a sharper edge. One afternoon, as he was stacking firewood against the side of the cottage, a black car, sleek and foreign, pulled up on the road above. A man got out. He was tall, wearing a dark overcoat, and he moved with an unnerving stillness. He did not approach the house. He simply stood by the car, his gaze sweeping over the cottage, the beach, the horizon, as if committing it all to memory. Francesco straightened up, a piece of firewood still in his hand. This was not the local watcher, the one he had come to recognize. This was someone else. This was a man from the old world, a world of polished shoes and silent judgments. The man's eyes finally settled on Francesco. He did not smile. He gave a single, slow nod, a gesture of acknowledgement that was neither friendly nor hostile. It was an assessment. It was a confirmation. Then he got back into the car and drove away, the sound of the engine swallowed by the wind. Francesco stood for a long time, the cold seeping through his jacket. The visit had lasted less than a minute, but its message was clear. The file was closed, but he was not forgotten. He was a footnote, a known quantity, a retired agent living by the sea. They would check in from time to make sure the footnote hadn't changed. He finished stacking the wood and went inside. The small painting from Billy glowed on the wall, a pocket of desert warmth in the fading afternoon light. He looked from the painting to the window, from the captured light of the canyon to the vast, shifting light of the sea. He was a man between two worlds, a man with two histories. But as he lit the lamp and the room filled with a soft, golden light, he understood that he was not divided. He was simply whole in a more complex way. The past was a stone at the bottom of the sea. The present was the garden, the letters, the village nods. The future was an empty canvas, waiting for the first committed mark. He picked up his pen to write to Billy, the words beginning to flow as easily and as inevitably as the tide. Story 4. The first thing I noticed was the door. It was wrong. The grand oak-paneled entrance to the library stood ajar, and the gap it made against the frame was not a clean, parallel line. It was wider at the top than at the bottom, a sliver of darkness that tapered down to nothing, as if the entire massive structure had sagged on its hinges under the weight of the secret it now kept. Or as if someone had closed it in a hurry, not caring for the alignment, their mind on other, more terrible things. That door in that vast, cold hall of Blackwater Keep was the first lie the house told me. It was a lie of proportion, a subtle wrongness in a world of supposed order, and I knew then that nothing here would be as it seemed. My name is Clayton. I am the eyes and the ears, the one who writes it all down. The man who saw the door first, the man who truly understood its misalignment, was Elmer. He stood before it, not as a man stands before a door, but as a key stands before a lock. He was still, his overcoat dark with the mist that clung to the castle stones outside, his breath a pale ghost in the chill air. He did not need to speak. His silence was a language I had learned to interpret. He saw the sag. He saw the story in the warped wood. The call had come 2 days prior, not through official channels, but through a voice on a bad line, a voice that crackled with a static that sounded like fear. A man named Fabian. He said he had a message for the rational detective, the one who saw the patterns others missed. He said it was about the Blackwater case, the one the local papers were already calling a tragic accident. He said he had a cipher, a key. Then the line went dead. Elmer had spent the night with a sheet of numbers and letters. The message Fabian had somehow slipped to an associate before his disappearance. By dawn he had it. It was not an address, not a name. It was a single, chilling phrase: the foundation is not stone. And so we came to Blackwater Keep, a hulk of granite and grief perched on a cliff where the sea never stopped screaming. The local police, a Captain Miller with tired eyes and a permanent frown, met us with a skepticism that was a physical presence in the room. He had already written his report. Dylan Blackwater, respected historian and lord of this isolated manor, had fallen from the highest tower. A slip on the rain-slicked stones. A tragedy, case closed. But the door was wrong. Elmer finally moved, pushing the oak panel open. It swung inward with a groan that was too long, too low, a sound from the belly of the beast. The library was a cavern of shadows and leather, the air thick with the smell of old paper, polished wood, and something else, something metallic and faint beneath it all. The room was a masterpiece of disorder masquerading as order. Books lined the shelves in precise rows, but a single volume lay sprawled on the floor near the hearth, its spine cracked. A glass of amber liquid sat on the desk, half full, the ice long melted into a cloudy meniscus. A single, high-backed chair was pulled out at an angle that suggested a sudden, violent departure. Captain Miller cleared his throat. As you can see, everything is as we found it. Mrs. Blackwater is resting. The shock, you understand. Elmer did not look at him. His gaze was a physical thing, touching every surface, measuring every shadow. He walked to the center of the Persian rug, an intricate design of deep reds and golds. He knelt. His fingers, long and pale, traced the pattern. "The foundation is not stone," he murmured, so softly I almost didn't hear it. I followed his gaze. The rug was magnificent, but one of its corners was folded back on itself, crumpled, as if it had been kicked or caught on a foot in a struggle. But there was no struggle in the official report, only a slip, a fall. We were taken to the tower. The wind was a knife up there, whipping the mist into a cold fury. The view of the churning gray sea was dizzying. The parapet was low, worn smooth by centuries of storms. It would be easy to lose your footing, easy to fall. Elmer ignored the edge. He examined the stones of the tower itself, running his hands over the wet, rough granite. He stopped at a place where the mortar between two stones looked different. Newer, a slightly different shade of gray. It was a patch no larger than my hand. He pressed his thumb against it. "The foundation is not stone," he said again, this time to me. Later we met Holly Blackwater. She was a creature of lace and shadows, seated in the drawing room by a fire that did nothing to warm the profound cold that seemed to emanate from her. Her hands trembled in her lap, birds with broken wings. Her beauty was fragile, etched with lines of a grief that seemed both fresh and ancient. "My husband was a good man," she said, her voice a whisper. "He was preoccupied, his work, his history." "His work on local sects," Elmer stated. It wasn't a question. The brotherhood of the silent word. A flicker in her eyes, something alive and terrified behind the glassy sheen of sorrow. A historical curiosity. He found them fascinating, their rituals, their disappearances. "Did he have any enemies, anyone who might have wished him harm?" "Everyone respected Dylan," she said, but her gaze drifted to the window, to the relentless sea. "He was a pillar." But pillars can be rotten at the core. I wrote it down in my notebook. Pillar, rotten. The empty space around the words felt heavy. Elmer asked to see Dylan's study. It was there, amidst the maps and manuscripts, that we found the first real thread. Tucked inside a volume on medieval masonry was a single sheet of vellum. On it was drawn a complex geometric pattern, a series of interlocking circles and squares. At its center was a single word, inscribed in a hand that was both elegant and frantic: remember. And then the phone in the study rang. It was an old rotary dial phone, black and heavy. It rang in the silent room, a shrill, invasive sound. Elmer picked it up. He said nothing. He only listened. I watched his face, a placid mask, but I saw the minute tightening around his eyes. He hung up after a full minute of silence. "That was the killer," he said. "How do you know?" "He was breathing. He wanted to hear me breathe in return. He wanted to know we were here." The investigation became a slow, meticulous dissection of a life. Elmer was a surgeon of the soul, and Dylan Blackwater was his cadaver. We learned of his donations, large and secret, to an obscure philosophical society that was a front for the modern incarnation of the Brotherhood. We learned of a man named Desmond, a charismatic figure who lectured at the society, a man with no past, a man of immense charm and chilling calm, a man who had visited Blackwater keep the week before Dylan died. We found Fabian, or what was left of him, in a forgotten boathouse at the base of the cliffs. His throat was cut with a precision that spoke of practice, not passion. In his pocket was another piece of the cipher, a scrap of paper with a sequence of numbers that corresponded to a page and a word in one of Dylan's books. The book was about the architecture of repentance. The word was atonement. The pieces were fragments of a shattered mirror, each reflecting a different sliver of the truth. Elmer arranged them in his mind: the wrong door, the folded rug, the patched mortar, the coded messages, the secret sect, the breathing on the phone, Desmond, Holly's terrified eyes. He called us all together in the library: Captain Miller, Holly, a few household staff, and myself. The fire crackled, but the room felt colder than the tower. Dylan Blackwater did not fall, Elmer said, his voice flat and final. He was pushed, but not from the tower. He walked to the Persian rug. He knelt and with a firm tug pulled back the corner that was crumpled. Beneath it, the floorboards were not wood. They were stone, but one of the stones was different. It was a perfect square, cut with grooves, a trapdoor. "The foundation is not stone," Elmer said. "It is a secret. This castle is built on a labyrinth, a place of meeting for the Brotherhood, a place of punishment." He pried the stone up. It revealed a set of narrow, winding stairs descending into a darkness that smelled of damp earth and old blood. Dylan discovered the truth of the Brotherhood, not their history, but their present, their corruption, their violence. He was one of them once, a pillar, but he grew a conscience. He became a threat. Fabian was his messenger. Desmond was their solution. He looked at Holly. "You knew not everything, but enough. You knew your husband was afraid. You knew this room held a secret." You kicked the rug in your panic, trying to cover the evidence, trying to make the story of the fall believable. You were trying to protect his memory, or perhaps your own life. Holly began to weep, a sound of pure despair. Elmer turned to the darkness of the stairwell. He is down there, Desmond. He called from here, from this house, after the act. He is waiting. Captain Miller drew his service weapon, his face a mask of confusion and dawning horror. Elmer raised a hand. No, he wants me to come down. This is the final piece, the confrontation. Elmer took a lamp from the desk and descended into the earth. I followed, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. The stairs spiraled down, the air growing colder, thicker. We emerged into a circular chamber hewn from the rock. The walls were covered in strange, painted symbols, the same as the drawing in Dylan's study. In the center of the room was a stone altar, dark and stained. And there, standing beside it, was Desmond. He was handsome, as described, with a calm that was more terrifying than any rage. He held a long, thin knife. "It is done," Desmond said. "The sacrifice is made. The silence is preserved." "Where is the body?" Elmer asked, his voice echoing in the cavern. Desmond smiled a thin, bloodless smile. He gestured with the knife to the altar. "The foundation is not stone, Mr. Elmer. It is faith. It is blood." Dylan understood that too late. He thought he could expose us. He thought he could atone. But some sins are the mortar that holds the world together. You cannot remove them without everything collapsing. The confrontation was not a fight, it was a confession. Desmond spoke of the Brotherhood not as a historical relic, but as a living, breathing cancer in the heart of society. Judges, politicians, policemen, their power was silence, their ritual was murder. Dylan was a loose thread, he had to be pulled. Elmer listened, his lamp casting long, dancing shadows. He did not move, he was piecing together the last fragments. "You will never prove any of this," Desmond said. "The local police are ours. The world will see a tragedy. A man fell, a killer vanished." "And Holly?" Elmer asked. "A grieving widow. She will be quiet. She knows the cost of speech." It was then that I saw it, lying in the dust near the base of the altar, almost invisible against the dark stone. A single gold cufflink. It was monogrammed with a stylized D, Dylan's, but it was clean, untarnished. It had not been lying in this damp place for days. Elmer saw it too. His eyes met mine for a fraction of a second. A silent communication, a shift in proportions. He turned back to Desmond. "You're right, I cannot prove it, not in a court of law." He turned and walked back up the stairs, leaving Desmond standing in the gloom, a statue of perfect, arrogant certainty. I followed, my mind reeling. We emerged into the library. Captain Miller was pacing. Holly was sobbing on the chaise lounge. Elmer walked to the phone. He did not call the police. He dialed a number from memory. He spoke 2 words. "It's done." Then he hung up. 3 days later, Desmond's body was found in the sea. The official report said he must have slipped on the cliffs while trying to flee. A tragic end to a troubled man. The Blackwater case was closed forever. We left Blackwater Keep under a sky the color of lead. The wrong door was now closed, its misalignment a permanent feature of the house. As our car pulled away, I finally spoke the question that had been burning in me. "The cufflink," I said. "It was clean. It had just been dropped." Elmer stared out at the raging sea. "Yes." Dylan's body was never in that chamber. He was killed elsewhere. Desmond was telling the truth about the Brotherhood, but he was lying about the murder. He didn't kill Dylan. "No," Elmer said, "he did not." "Well, then who did?" Elmer looked at me, and in his eyes I saw the deep, dark water of the truth, a truth I realized I did not want to fully comprehend. The foundation is not stone, Clayton. It is not faith. It is not blood. It is the story we agree to believe. Holly Blackwater did not kick that rug in panic. She kicked it in a signal. She is not a victim. She is the high priestess. Fabian was not Dylan's messenger. He was hers. He was delivering a message to me, not for justice, but for cleanup. Dylan was a liability to them, to her. Desmond was a liability, too, after his failure to secure Dylan's silence. The Brotherhood needed a patsy. They needed a closed case. He had not gone down into that crypt to confront a killer. He had gone down to confirm a hypothesis, to look a pawn in the eye before it was taken off the board. The phone call he made was not for help. It was the final move. "But the coded message," I stammered. "The foundation is not stone." "It was never about the castle's physical foundation," Elmer said, his voice hypnotic and utterly weary. "It was about the foundation of the crime itself. It was never solid. It was built on a lie we were meant to uncover, a lie that would lead us to Desmond and away from the real architects. I did not solve the crime, Clayton. I was a tool used to perfect it." We drove on in silence. The case was resolved, yet nothing was resolved. The truth was a mosaic, but the final piece, the piece that showed the whole terrifying picture, was missing. I had it in my hand, the clean gold cufflink I had pocketed in the chamber. I had not shown it to Elmer. It was monogrammed, but not with a D for Dylan. The script was ornate, the letters intertwined. I looked at it now, twisting it in the gray light. It was not a D. It was an E and an L for Elmer. He had been there before. He was part of the foundation. I closed my hand over the cufflink, the metal warm against my palm. I said nothing. The empty space between us grew, filled with the unspoken, the unresolved, the terrifying ambiguity of a truth too vast and too dark to ever fully see. I was the voice of the tale, the guide through the details, and I knew then that some secrets are not meant to be told. They are only meant to be kept, like a wrong door in a lonely castle, a permanent slight misalignment in the world, a quiet whisper of everything that is off and everything that will never, ever be made right. The car did not take us to the station. It wound through narrow lanes away from the coast, the sound of the sea fading into a memory. Elmer gave no instruction to the driver, who seemed to know the route by heart. I watched the countryside blur past, a smear of green and gray, but I saw none of it. My mind was in the circular chamber, in the dust, picking up that cold, clean piece of gold. The cufflink was a weight in my pocket, an anchor dragging my thoughts down into a dark, cold current. Elmer's confession, or rather his admission of complicity, had been delivered with the same detached clarity he used to analyze a crime scene. He had not been an investigator. He had been a janitor, sweeping away the evidence that mattered, leaving a neat and tidy narrative for the world to consume. And I had been his accomplice, my notebook a tool for crafting the lie. We stopped at a quiet, unmarked building in a town I did not know. Elmer got out without a word and went inside. I followed, my legs moving on their own. The room we entered was Spartan, a table, 2 chairs, a single bare bulb overhead. It was a place for debriefings, for endings. He sat, folding his hands on the table. He looked old, the lines on his face deeper than I had ever seen them. "You are quiet, Clayton." "What is there to say?" My voice was rough, unfamiliar. "You used me. You used the entire investigation." "I used the truth," he corrected softly. "A version of it. The world cannot stomach the real thing. The Brotherhood is a hydra. Cut off one head and 2 more grow in the shadows. This way, one head is removed and the body is left believing it is safe. It creates a weakness, a complacency. And Holly, she murders her husband and walks away a grieving widow, more powerful than ever." "Power is a cage," he said. "She is now the known variable. She will be watched. Her every move will be calculated. She has gained a throne, but she has lost her freedom. That is a form of justice, is it not? A slow, grinding one." It was a sophistic argument, a rationalization that curdled in the air between us. I thought of Dylan Blackwater, his body disposed of in some unknown way, his legacy erased, his death a mere administrative detail in a secret war. I thought of Fabian, his throat cut. I thought of Desmond, fed to the sea. "You gave the order for Desmond," I said. "He was a loose thread like Dylan. The Brotherhood understands the necessity of pruning. I merely facilitated their own internal logic." I could no longer hold it in. I opened my hand and placed the cufflink on the table between us. The gold gleamed dully under the harsh light. The intertwined E and L were unmistakable. You were there before we found the chamber. You were in that room. He looked at the cufflink for a long time. His expression did not change, but a certain light in his eyes seemed to shudder. He did not ask where I found it. He did not deny it. Some locks, he said finally, require the original key to be turned before a duplicate can be made. I needed to understand the space, to feel it, to ensure the story we would tell was geometrically sound. It was you who called from the study, the heavy breathing. You staged it. A catalyst, he nodded, to introduce the idea of the killer's presence, his arrogance, to set the tone. The web was perfect, and he was the spider at the center of it, having spun every strand. My entire narrative, my carefully recorded observations, were just another thread in his construction. I had not been documenting an investigation. I had been composing a work of fiction dictated by the master. I cannot do this anymore, I whispered. I know, he said. He did not seem surprised. He seemed, for the first time, resigned. The foundation of our partnership was the pursuit of truth. You have discovered that foundation, too, is not stone. It is sand. It shifts. He pushed back from the table and stood. They will offer you a position, a quiet job recording things that do not matter. You will be comfortable. You will be safe. And if I refuse, if I write my own account? He looked at me then, and the full, terrifying depth of his world was in that look. It was not a threat. It was a simple, bleak statement of fact. Then you will have chosen to become a loose thread, Clayton, and this world has very sharp shears. He left the room. I did not see him go. I sat there for a long time, staring at the cufflink. Then I picked it up. I did not put it back in my pocket. I placed it carefully in the center of my open notebook on a fresh, blank page. I closed the cover, trapping it within the pages of the story it had helped to corrupt. It was over. The case was closed. The detective had solved the puzzle and revealed the terrible machinery of the world. And the scribe, the man who wrote it all down, would now learn the hardest lesson of all. Some stories are not finished when the last word is written. They are finished when you decide to stop believing them. I stood up, leaving the notebook on the table. I walked out into the gray afternoon, a man without a story, the truth a silent, heavy stone in my heart. The rain began to fall, a fine, cold mist that did nothing to cleanse the air, only made it heavier. I walked without direction, the cobblestones slick beneath my shoes. A black car slid to the curb beside me, its window rolling down silently. A man I did not know, with a face that was utterly forgettable, nodded to me. Mr. Clayton, a position has been arranged for you at the Chronicle of Historical Architecture. Your first day is tomorrow. Your desk is waiting. It was not an offer, it was a placement. I looked at him, at his empty eyes, and I understood the geometry of my new life. I was being filed away, a document placed in the correct drawer. I nodded, a short, sharp gesture. The window rolled up and the car pulled away, disappearing into the gray veil of the rain. The Chronicle was a tomb for forgotten stories. My office was a small, windowless room at the back of a dusty building that smelled of decaying paper and resignation. My task was to annotate and cross-reference architectural surveys of buildings that no longer existed. It was work of profound and deliberate insignificance. I was a ghost, writing about ghosts. I did my job. I was precise. I was thorough. I was silent. I went home to my small, quiet apartment, and I ate my small, quiet meals. I spoke to no one of Blackwater Keep, of Elmer, of the Brotherhood. The world believed the story we had written, and I was its chief curator. The foundation of the lie was holding. Weeks turned into months. I saw Elmer's name once in a small article about the retirement of a renowned consulting detective. There was no picture, no fanfare. It was an obituary for a living man. I clipped the article and filed it away with my notes on Gothic revival buttresses. It belonged there, among the supports that were both visible and unseen. One evening, as I was locking my office, a package arrived by special courier. It was a flat, rectangular box wrapped in plain brown paper. There was no return address. Inside, nestled on a bed of black velvet, was a book. It was a first edition of obscure text on medieval masonry, the very volume from which we had pulled the vellum drawing of the interlocking circles. The book felt heavy in my hands, its leather cover cool and faintly damp, as if it had just been brought up from a deep place. I opened it. The pages were clean except for one. Tucked into the chapter on keystones was a single, crisp white card. On it were 3 words written in a hand I knew too well. Remember atonement, believe. It was not a threat, it was a reminder. Atonement was not a single act, but a state of being, a perpetual payment. And belief was the cage I had chosen to inhabit. I was to believe in my irrelevance, in the safety of my silence. I was to remember the cost of speech. I closed the book and placed it on my shelf between a treatise on flying buttresses and a catalogue of Romanesque arches. It looked as if it belonged there. It was just another text about structures that withstand pressure, about foundations that are never quite what they seem. I turned off the light and locked the door. The corridor was empty and long. I walked towards the exit, each step an echo in the silence, a man continuing a story he could never end, only endure. The wrong door was inside me now, a permanent, slight misalignment, and I knew I would spend the rest of my life trying not to look at it. The rain had started again by the time I reached my apartment, a steady drumming that seemed to sync with the dull ache in my head. The book felt like a lodestone in my satchel, its presence a physical weight. I poured a drink, my hand steady, and sat in the dark, listening to the city. The silence in the room was not empty. It was filled with the whispers of Blackwater, with Elmer-esque cool logic, with the final, wet crunch of Desmond-esque body on the rocks. I did not open the book again that night. I left it on the small table by the window, a dark silhouette against the occasional flash of headlights from the street below. It was a test, a measure of my compliance. To open it would be to engage, to acknowledge the thread that still connected me to that other, darker world. To leave it closed was to accept my cage. The next day at the Chronicle was indistinguishable from the one before. I annotated a survey of a demolished Georgian townhouse. The ink was pale, the lines of the architecture blurring before my eyes. My supervisor, a man named Albright with a perpetual sheen of sweat on his brow, stopped by my desk. He never looked me in the eye, always at a point just past my shoulder. The Mason account is a priority, Clayton. The benefactors are keen. I simply nodded. The Mason account was my life now. I understood that the benefactors were not architectural historians. They were the ones who had placed me here. They were checking on their investment. That evening I broke my routine. I did not go straight home. I walked instead, letting my feet carry me through the labyrinthine city, past buildings whose foundations were laid in centuries I was now paid to forget. I found myself outside a familiar, unassuming door, the entrance to the club where Elmer and I had first met. I stood there for a long time, the rain matting my hair to my forehead. I could not go in. That man was gone. When I finally returned to my apartment, the book was gone from the table. A cold dread, sharp and immediate, pierced the numb shell I had built around myself. They had been here. They had checked on me and found me wanting. I stood in the center of the room, turning slowly, looking for any other sign of disturbance. There was none. It was a message more eloquent than any note. We can reach you. We are watching. The book was a reminder, and its removal was a warning. I went to the window and looked down at the glistening street, and I saw him. Standing under a lamppost across the way, his collar turned up against the rain, was a man. He was not looking at my building. He was looking at a newspaper, or pretending to. But his posture, the set of his shoulders, was the same as the driver who had taken us from Blackwater, the same as the courier, the same as Albright. It was the posture of a functionary in a vast, silent machine. I did not move. I did not turn on a light. I stood in the darkness and watched him watch nothing. This was my atonement. This was the price of knowing. It was not a single payment, but a perpetual tax on my soul, collected in moments of quiet terror like this. The wrong door was not just inside me. It was the door to my own apartment, and I knew now that it would never be locked, that they would always have the key. I finally turned away from the window. The figure burned into my vision. The story was not over. It was simply being written in a different way, with me as a permanent, silent character. I was a sentence in a text I would never be allowed to read. The following morning, the book was back on the table. It was in the exact same position, but the spine was now slightly misaligned, as if it had been read and hastily replaced. They were not just watching. They were toying with me, reinforcing the absolute fragility of my peace. I made tea, my movements slow and deliberate, and went to work. Albright was waiting for me at my desk. He held a single sheet of paper. A reassignment, he said, his voice a low, pleased hum. The Blackwater family archives have been donated to the Chronicle, a significant collection. You are to be the archivist, given your familiarity with the subject. He handed me the paper. It was a transfer order. My new office was in the basement. I took the paper without a word and followed him down a narrow flight of stairs into the cold, damp air below. The room was a vault, lined with filing cabinets and wooden crates. In the center was a single desk and a lamp. On the desk sat the book from my apartment. It seems a previous researcher left a personal effect, Albright said, his smile a thin, cruel line. I trust you can see it is returned to its proper place. He left, locking the door from the outside. I heard the distinct click of the bolt. I was not being reassigned. I was being interred. I walked to the nearest crate. It was marked with the Blackwater crest. I pried the lid off. Inside were Dylan Blackwater's personal effects, his journals, his letters, the flotsam and jetsam of a life erased. This was not an archive. It was a tomb, and I was its keeper. My atonement was to be the guardian of the very truth I had helped bury, surrounded by the ghost of the man whose murder I had legitimized. I picked up the book from my desk. I opened it, not to the page with the card, but to the frontispiece. There, in faint, almost invisible pencil, was a new notation, a single word written in the same hand as the card. Atonement. It was not a reminder, it was my job title. I was to sit in this silent, stone room and curate the evidence of my own complicity, to live with the ghost of Dylan Blackwater until I became a ghost myself. The foundation of my new life was not sand. It was this sealed room, these silent crates, this book that was both a gift and a sentence. I sat down at the desk. The air was cold and still. I opened the first of Dylan's journals and began to read. The story was not over. It was just beginning again in a different, darker room, and I was now its only captive audience. The handwriting was a frantic scrawl, unlike the polished prose of his published works. He wrote of pressure, of a feeling of being watched, of a beautiful, poisonous flower he could not help but water. He did not name Holly, not directly, but her presence was in every line, a dark muse driving him to despair. He knew about the Brotherhood, but he called it the Cabal of the Keystone. He believed they were patrons, benefactors who saw his genius. He was, I realized with a sickening lurch, a willing participant in his own gilding, until he discovered the cage had no door. My reading was interrupted by a soft, scraping sound from the corner of the room. I looked up, my heart hammering against my ribs. The sound did not come again. It was the old building settling, or the pipes, or it was a rat. I tried to convince myself of this, but the air had changed. It was the same feeling I had in the study at Blackwater Keep just before the phone rang. A catalyst, a presence. I stood, my chair groaning in the silence, and walked to the stack of crates where the sound had originated. One of them, marked Personal Effects DB, was slightly ajar. I was certain it had been sealed when I arrived. I used a letter opener from the desk to pry the lid fully off. On top of a pile of clothes that still held the faint, ghostly scent of his cologne lay a small, felt-wrapped bundle. My hands were numb as I unfolded the cloth. Inside was a ceramic shard, black with a single glazed white eye. It was a piece of the funerary mask from the circular chamber, a piece I knew for a fact was logged into evidence, a cornerstone of the official story. Its presence here was impossible. It was a message far more direct than the book. It said, "We are not just in your apartment. We are here in this room with you now. We can move the pieces of the past itself." I rewrapped the shard and buried it at the bottom of the crate. I returned to the desk, but I did not continue reading. I simply sat, listening. The silence was no longer empty. It was a held breath. I was not just a captive audience. I was an exhibit. My atonement was to be the living proof of their reach, a monument to the lie, trapped in a basement with the ghost of my own making. The wrong door was here, in this very room, and it had just been opened from the other side. The hours bled together in the windowless room. I did not know if it was day or night. The only measure of time was the growing pile of journals I had read and the deepening chill in my bones. I found another one tucked inside a hollowed-out copy of a book on heraldry. This one was different. The writing was calmer, more resolute. It spoke of a plan. Dylan had begun to copy things. Names, dates, financial transfers. He wrote of a silver thread that, if pulled, would unravel the entire tapestry. He believed he had found a way out. He never named what the silver thread was. The journal ended abruptly mid-sentence. The next page was torn out. I searched the crate, my fingers frantic, turning over clothes and books. Nothing. That was the answer, of course. The silver thread was the reason he was killed. It was the truth Elmer and the Brotherhood had hired me to bury. The lock on the door clicked. I froze, a journal still in my hand. Albright entered, his face a mask of bland concern. "You've been down here for 12 hours, Clayton. The building is closing." His eyes scanned the room, lingering for a fraction of a second on the open crate, on the journal in my grip. He knew. He knew what I had found, or rather, what I had not found. I stood, my legs stiff. I was just finishing up. "Of course," he said, stepping aside to let me pass. "Take the night, clear your head." I walked out of the Chronicle into a dark, quiet street. The air felt thin, insufficient. I knew I was not going home. The watcher would be there under his lamppost, and the walls of my apartment felt thinner than paper now. I started walking, my path aimless at first, then turning with a grim certainty. I was not pulling a thread. I was walking toward the shears. But after the silence of that basement, the sharp, clean cut of an ending seemed preferable to the slow suffocation. I found a public telephone booth, its light a dim yellow island in the night. I had one number, a personal line I had sworn never to use. I dialed. It rang once, twice. The voice that answered was calm, unsurprised. "I wondered when you would call." It was Elmer. "They're in the archives," I said, my voice a dry rasp. "They left a piece of the mask. They're showing me that they own the evidence. They own the past." "There is no past, Clayton, only versions. They are simply reminding you which version you are paid to uphold." Dylan was copying something, a silver thread. He thought it could unravel everything. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. I could hear him breathing, a slow, measured sound. Some threads are not meant to be pulled. They are tripwires. "Where is it?" "Goodbye, Clayton." The line went dead. I stood in the booth, the receiver buzzing in my hand. He had not denied it. He had warned me, a tripwire. I placed the receiver back in its cradle. The choice was made. I was a loose thread now. I left the phone booth and turned down a narrow alley, the shears somewhere in the darkness behind me, and I began to run, not from my past, but toward the only future I had left, a future written in the language of a truth I was finally ready to speak. The alley was a canyon of wet brick and overflowing dumpsters. My footsteps echoed too loudly, a frantic tattoo against the cobbles. I didn't look back. I knew they would be coming. Elmer's warning was not a dismissal. It was a final piece of data. I had crossed a line, and the system was now correcting itself. I emerged onto a wider street, the sodium lights casting a sickly orange glow. I needed to disappear, but I had no resources, no contacts outside the world that had just cast me out. My only asset was the story, the one we had buried. I thought of the silver thread. It had to be physical. Dylan was a collector, an archivist of his own life. He wouldn't have trusted something so vital to a single journal. He would have hidden it. Then I remembered the hollowed-out book on heraldry. I had felt the empty space, assumed it was for the journal I found. But what if the journal was the decoy? What if the real thread was still there, in the one place they had so carefully arranged for me to be? The basement was the last place I should go, which was precisely why it was the only place left. I circled back, moving through the service lanes and back streets, a ghost returning to its tomb. The Chronicle building was dark, a hulking silhouette against the city's perpetual glow. A service entrance in the rear was locked, but the mechanism was old and simple. A credit card, a twist of the wrist, and the door gave way with a soft click. The silence inside was absolute and heavy. I didn't dare turn on a light. I used the faint glow from my watch to navigate the familiar corridors, my breath held, every sense screaming. The stairs to the basement seemed to descend into pure blackness. I went down slowly, each step a potential announcement. The bolt on the basement door was drawn back. It was unlocked. My heart stalled. This was a trap. They were waiting for me inside. I stood there for a full minute, listening. Nothing. The silence was a lure, and I was the fish. I had no choice but to bite. I pushed the door open. The room was exactly as I had left it, the desk lamp off, the crates like silent monoliths. I went straight to the crate marked Personal Effects DB and lifted out the book on heraldry. It felt heavier than it should. I opened it. The hollowed-out compartment was there, but it wasn't empty. Nestled inside was a small, flat metal object, a key. It was unremarkable, nickel-plated and simple. There were no markings, no numbers, just a key. This was Dylan S. Silver thread, not a document, but an access point, a way into something. But what? I pocketed it, the metal cold against my thigh. It was an answer that posed 1,000 new questions. A floorboard creaked behind me. I turned. A figure stepped out of the deeper shadows near the door. It wasn't Albright. It was the man from under the lamppost. He held no weapon. He didn't need to. His presence was the weapon. The key, Mr. Clayton. His voice was flat, devoid of all inflection. I said nothing. My hand closed around the key in my pocket, its teeth biting into my palm. It does not unlock anything you wish to open, he continued, taking a step forward. It is a burden, a death sentence. Give it to me and your atonement can continue. It will be quieter. I thought of the windowless office, the silent meals, the watcher in the rain. I thought of the lie I had polished until it shone. That was the quieter atonement. The key was a different kind. It was a noisy, dangerous, truthful one. I took a step back toward the wall of crates. No. He moved then, fast and fluid. I was not a fighter. I was a writer, a curator of lies. But I was also a man who had been backed into a corner of his own making. As he lunged, I didn't try to strike him. I sidestepped and shoved the heavy wooden crate from its stack. It crashed to the floor between us, its contents spilling out Dylan-esque clothes, his books, the ghost of his life erupting into the space. The man stumbled back, momentarily blocked. It was all the time I had. I turned and ran into the maze of shelves in the back of the vault, into the deep, consuming darkness, the key gripped tight in my fist, a single hard truth in a world of soft, terrible lies. The darkness in the archives was absolute, a thick velvet black that swallowed sound and space. I moved by memory alone, my fingers brushing against rough wooden shelves, my shoulders bumping against forgotten boxes. I could hear him behind me, his breathing calm and measured, not a frantic chase but a methodical hunt. He knew this room. He had probably been in here many times while I sat at the desk, unaware. My shin connected sharply with a low metal cabinet, and I bit back a cry of pain. The sound seemed to echo, giving away my position. I dropped to my hands and knees, crawling blindly, the key a cold, hard knot in my clenched fist. I had to think. The key was useless without a lock. Dylan was a man of symbols, of history. He wouldn't have hidden it without a clue to its purpose. Then I remembered the card, the one that had started it all, now lost with the book. The wrong door is inside you. It had never been a metaphysical warning. It was an instruction. The door was not a physical one in Blackwater Keep. It was here in this archive, a place dedicated to the family's history, a place where a door could be hidden in plain sight. I crawled deeper, my mind racing through the blueprints I had studied, the layouts of similar estates. Servants' passages, priest holes, archival vaults. My hand, sweeping ahead of me in the dark, touched not another crate but cold, smooth metal. A filing cabinet different from the others. It was older, heavier. I traced its shape upward. It was freestanding, not built into the shelves. And then I felt it, a keyhole, small and discreet, near the top drawer. A lock that would not be opened by any master key for the Chronicle, but required its own specific instrument. This was it, the silver thread, the tripwire. A beam of light cut through the darkness, pinning me where I knelt. I squinted, raising a hand against the glare. The man stood 10 feet away, a small, powerful flashlight in his hand. He had not drawn a gun. He didn't need to. The light was a weapon of its own, exposing me, making me real and vulnerable in this world of shadows. "Do not," he said, his voice still that same flat monotone. My fingers found the keyhole again. I fumbled the key from my pocket. It was a perfect, cold sliver of metal against my skin. "This is not your story to finish," he said, taking a step closer. "But it is mine to start," I whispered, and I pushed the key into the lock. It turned with a smooth, well-oiled click that was deafening in the silence. The man was on me in an instant, his hand closing around my wrist like a vice, but he was too late. The top drawer of the cabinet slid open an inch, releasing a smell of old paper and dust. With my free hand, I wrenched it open the rest of the way. There were no files inside, only a single, thick, leather-bound journal, and on top of it, a small, sealed envelope. The journal's cover was blank, but I knew it was Dylan's, the final one. The man's grip tightened, pulling me back. I grabbed the journal and the envelope, clutching them to my chest as he dragged me away from the cabinet. He was strong, impossibly strong. My struggle was pathetic, a moth beating against a window pane. He spun me around, his face inches from mine, his eyes empty of any human emotion. "They will unmake you," he hissed, the first hint of feeling in his voice. "There will be no record you ever existed." I didn't answer, I just held the journal tighter. It was the weight of a life, the weight of a truth. He was right. I was a loose thread, and they would cut me. But as he began to drag me toward the door, toward the quiet atonement of a forgotten grave, I knew the thread was already pulled. The story was out of the box. It was in my hands, and even if they unmade me, the unmaking would now have a witness. The man's arm locked around my throat from behind, cutting off my air. The journal and envelope were pressed painfully between his forearm and my chest. I didn't fight the chokehold. Instead, I let my body go limp, a dead weight. It was a desperate, clumsy move, but it surprised him. His grip loosened for a fraction of a second, and I drove my elbow back into his ribs. He grunted, his hold breaking. I stumbled forward, gasping, and turned to face him. He stood between me and the only exit, a solid wall of inevitability. The flashlight lay on the floor where he dropped it, its beam casting long, dancing shadows that made the crate seem to lean in and watch. He didn't advance immediately. He just looked at me, and in that look I saw the finality of my situation. There was no fight I could win here. My only weapon was what I held in my hands. So I ran, not toward the door, but deeper into the archives, into the labyrinth of history he had sworn to protect. I heard his footsteps start again, a steady, relentless pace. I ducked behind a tall shelf unit, my breath ragged. I had seconds. I ripped open the sealed envelope. Inside was not a letter, but a photograph. It was a group portrait taken at what looked like a hunting lodge. I recognized a younger Elmer, his face smiling, his arm around Dylan Blackwater's shoulders. Dylan was not smiling. His eyes were wide, haunted. Standing just behind them was Albright, and next to Albright was the man who was now hunting me. They were all there, the Brotherhood, the Cabal, the patrons, and the killers, frozen in a moment of camaraderie that was a lie. This was the silver thread, not just names in a ledger, but a picture, a record of their connection. The footsteps were closer. I shoved the photograph inside the journal and kept moving, my mind reeling. I needed to get this out. I needed a copy, a witness, anything. The public telephone booth was a world away. The building was a sealed tomb. Then I remembered the mailroom. The Chronicle still had an internal mail system, a small, antiquated chute that dropped into a collection bin in the basement for morning pickup. It was for interdepartmental memos, not for saving a life. It was my only chance. I changed direction, weaving through the shelves toward the vault's far wall where I knew the chute was located. I could hear him behind me, his pace quickening. He knew where I was headed. The metal mouth of the chute was set into the wall, a small, dark square. I didn't have time to write a note to explain. I just had to send it. I shoved the journal with the photograph tucked inside into the chute. It made a soft, scraping sound as it slid down into the darkness. It was gone. A hand closed on my shoulder and spun me around. His face was a mask of cold fury. He didn't ask where it was, he knew. "It's done," I said, my voice trembling but clear. He stared at me for a long moment, and then the fury drained from his face, replaced by that same flat emptiness. He released my shoulder. "It doesn't matter. The mail is screened. It will be found. It will be burned." He took a step back, his work here finished. I was no longer a threat, just a man awaiting disposal. But as he turned to lead me away, a different sound reached us. Not the settling of the building, not the scuttle of a rat. It was the distinct, heavy sound of the basement door being bolted shut from the outside. We were both locked in. He stopped, his head tilting. For the first time, I saw a flicker of something other than cold purpose in his eyes. Confusion. He hadn't expected this. A new voice, thin and amplified, came from a grill high on the wall I hadn't noticed before. An old intercom. It was Albright's voice. "It seems a containment protocol has been initiated," the voice said, smooth as silk. "The asset is compromised. The location is compromised. A cleansing fire is the only remedy. Atonement for you both." The line went dead. The man and I stood in the silence, locked in a tomb of our own making. The watcher was now a fellow inmate. The key I had turned had not just opened a drawer, it had sealed our fate. Somewhere in the bowels of the building I heard a new sound, a soft, hungry hiss. They weren't just going to bury the truth. They were going to burn it, and us along with it. Story 5. The foyer was wrong. That was the first thing I noticed, before the smell of old wood and lemon polish, before the weight of the silence. It was a vast, cavernous space, all dark paneling and a cold marble floor that stretched towards a bifurcated staircase. But the proportions were a lie. The ceiling pressed down with the weight of a tomb, yet the walls seemed to have been stretched, pulled taut like a canvas, creating a long, narrow gauntlet between the front door and the base of the stairs. It felt like walking into a funhouse reflection of a grand house, a place built not for people, but for the ghosts of forgotten arguments. It was a space designed to make you feel small, to make you hurry through it, and I knew, with a cold certainty that started in the base of my spine, that someone had designed it that way on purpose. Eldon's hand was firm on my shoulder, a possessive weight. "Breathe, Jordan," he murmured, his voice a low hum that barely disturbed the dusty air. "You are home." Home, the word was a foreign object in my mouth, a pebble I couldn't swallow. My home was a series of rented rooms with water-stained ceilings and the smell of other people's lives seeping through the walls. This was Blackwater Manor. This was Flynn's home. "He just overwhelmed," Eldon said, his voice pitched to carry across the foyer to the small group waiting for us. "It's been a long journey, a long ordeal." A woman detached herself from the shadows near the staircase. She was older, her spine straight as a ruler, her silver hair coiled in a severe bun that seemed to anchor her to the spot. Her eyes, the color of a winter sky, scanned me not with warmth, but with the intense, unnerving focus of a curator assessing a disputed artifact. This was Kayla, the matriarch. "Flynn," she said. The single word was not a question, not a statement, but a test. I managed a nod, the movement stiff. Eldon had drilled me. "You are quieter now, reserved. The trauma of your absence has changed you. You observe more, you speak less." I was to be a sketch of a man, and they would fill in the details with their own desperate hopes. "Mother," I said, the word tasting of ash. She took another step closer, her gaze tracing the line of my jaw, the set of my eyes, the way my hair fell across my forehead. The resemblance was, as Eldon had promised, uncanny. He found me in a library of all places, hunched over a book of poetry I couldn't afford to buy. He stood there watching me until I looked up. The shock on his face had been genuine. "My God," he whispered. "It's like looking at a ghost." He was a cousin, he explained. A distant relation who handled the family's more delicate affairs, and he had a proposition, a performance, a way for a lonely young man with no roots to plant himself in the richest soil imaginable. Now in the distorted foyer, Kayla reached out a hand, her fingers cold as river stones as they brushed my cheek. "You've lost weight," she pronounced. "We'll have cook prepare something nourishing. You must be exhausted from your travels." The others emerged from the gloom. A man, broad-shouldered with a face perpetually set in a scowl, Lyle, the eldest brother. A woman, sharp and beautiful with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, Serena, the sister. They didn't speak, they just watched. They were a gallery of suspicions, and I was the new, poorly authenticated piece. My room was in the east wing, a sprawling chamber dominated by a 4-poster bed that could have slept 5 of me. The air was thick and still. Eldon followed me in, closing the door with a soft, final click. "You see," he said, his voice dropping its familial warmth, becoming the crisp, calculating instrument I knew. "A little disorientation is to be expected. They want to believe it's you. Kayla is desperate. The brothers and sister are greedy and terrified. Your arrival upends their expectations, their plans. Use that." "They hate me," I whispered, staring out the window at the sprawling, manicured grounds that bled into a dark, tangled wood. "Of course they hate you. You are the prodigal son returned. You are the obstacle. Hate is predictable. It's manageable. It's the quiet ones you have to watch. The ones who don't show their hand." He came to stand beside me. "This is your life now, Jordan. Forget the man you were. He was nothing. A whisper. Flynn Blackwood is a shout that echoes in these halls. You must learn to make that sound." The days began to fold into one another, a series of meticulously staged scenes. Meals in the formal dining room were silent affairs, punctuated by the sharp clink of silver on china. The food was exquisite, flavorless. I learned the geography of the house, its strange, illogical layout. Rooms that should have connected were separated by narrow, windowless passageways. A grand ballroom opened onto a closet-sized conservatory. It was a labyrinth designed by a madman, and everywhere I went, I felt the pressure of unseen eyes. The servants, a silent, efficient tribe, watched me with a mixture of curiosity and fear. The village, when I was driven through it in the family's vintage car, was a collection of frozen faces in shop windows, people who would stop their conversations to stare. I started to dream of Flynn, not as a photograph or a story, but as a presence. I would wake in the middle of the night, the scent of his cologne, a sharp, piney fragrance I had found in a dresser drawer lingering in the air. I would find a book misplaced in the library, a volume of French symbolist poetry bookmarked with a dried fern. I began to wear his clothes, to walk with his remembered gait, to let his history supplant my own empty past. The fragile young man Eldon had recruited was being slowly erased, painted over with the ghost of Flynn Blackwood. The tension was a constant hum, a low-grade fever. Lyle would corner me in the billiards room, his bulk blocking the door. He loved this room, he'd say, chalking a cue with aggressive strokes. He was a shark, could clear the table in 3 minutes flat. You'd seem the type. Serena was more subtle. She would link her arm with mine during walks in the garden, her touch like a band of ice. "You were so different, Flynn," she'd purr, "so thoughtful. The old you was all fire and impulse. What happened to you out there in the world? You can tell me. We were always so close." And through it all, Kayla watched. Her hope was a fragile thing, a spun-glass sculpture I was terrified of shattering. She would tell me stories of Flynn's childhood, his love for the woods, his reckless streak, his fierce loyalty. With every story, I felt him becoming more real, and I felt myself becoming more hollow, a vessel filling with another man's life. One rain-swept afternoon, I found myself in Flynn's private study, a room I had been avoiding. It was at the back of the house, overlooking the dark line of the woods. It was the only room that felt right, that felt lived in. The proportions were human. A heavy oak desk, a worn leather chair, bookshelves crammed with a chaotic mix of history, botany, and crime novels. This was where the real Flynn had existed. I sat in his chair, the leather groaning in protest, and opened the top drawer. There, tucked beneath a stack of ledgers, was a journal. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was it, the truth, the reason for his disappearance. I opened it. The pages were filled with Flynn-esque tight, angular script, but it wasn't a diary of his days. It was a record of the family, Lila's gambling debts hidden from Kayla, Serena's affair with the local doctor, Eldon's quiet siphoning of funds from a family trust. Flynn had been watching them, documenting their secrets, their betrayals. He had been gathering evidence. The last entry was dated the day before he vanished. Eldon is getting reckless. He knows I know. Confrontation is inevitable. I fear what he is capable of. The house feels like it's holding its breath. The words swam before my eyes. Eldon, the architect of my new life, the man who had pulled me from obscurity and placed me in this gilded cage. He hadn't just found a lookalike to comfort a grieving mother. He had installed a puppet to distract from his own crimes. Flynn hadn't just disappeared. He had been silenced, and I was the smiling, silent accomplice standing in his place. The spiral began then, the obsessive circling of the truth. Eldon knew I knew. I could see it in the new wariness in his eyes, in the way he would find excuses to be near me, his presence a constant reminder of my complicity. The house itself seemed to tighten around me, the hallways growing narrower, the ceilings lower. Every conversation was a minefield. Every look from Kayla was a question I couldn't answer. I was wearing a dead man's skin, and it was starting to rot. The climax came on the night of the storm. The electricity failed, plunging Blackwater Manor into a chaos of shadows and howling wind. I was in the study, the journal tucked into my waistband, when the door creaked open. It was Kayla. She held a single candle, its flame throwing monstrous shapes on the walls. "I knew," she said, her voice calm, eerily detached from the fury of the storm outside, almost from the beginning. "A mother knows the rhythm of her child's soul. You move like him, you have his face, but your heart beats a different, more timid song." I couldn't speak, the confession stuck in my throat. "I let you stay," she continued, stepping further into the room, "because your presence, your falsehood, stirred the pot. It made the snakes reveal themselves, Lila's greed, Serena's duplicity, and Eldon, my dear, treacherous nephew. I always suspected he had a hand in my son's disappearance, but I had no proof until you." "He in the woods, isn't he?" I managed to say, the words a dry rasp. "Flynn." She nodded slowly, her eyes ancient and full of a terrible knowledge. Eldon never had the stomach for violence himself, but he knows people who do. They left him there. Among the Blackwater roots he loved so much as a boy. She looked at me, truly looked at me, and for a moment I wasn't Jordan or Flynn, just a lonely young man caught in a terrible machine. You were a tool for him and for me. Now it is almost over. The door burst open. Eldon stood there, drenched from the rain, his face a mask of frantic anger. He held a heavy iron fireplace poker. "What has he been telling you, Aunt Kayla?" he demanded, his voice shrill. He confused, delusional from his ordeal. "The ordeal you arranged, Eldon." Kayla's voice was like cut glass. "I've spoken to the men you hired. They were quite happy to provide details once I offered them more than you did." Eldon's eyes darted from her to me, wild and cornered. The poker wavered in his hand. The truth was out, hanging in the candlelit room between the three of us, a poisonous gas. He took a step towards me, then another. I stood my ground, the weight of Flynn's journal solid against my skin. What happened next was a confusion of movement and shadow. Kayla moved, not away from the threat, but towards a small, almost invisible latch on the bookshelf. A section of the wall, a panel I had never noticed, swung inward with a sigh, revealing a dark, narrow space behind it, one of the house's many hidden seams. Eldon, startled, turned towards the sound. In that split second, I saw not a calculating conspirator, but a frightened boy. The poker clattered to the floor. He didn't run, he just looked at Kayla, his shoulders slumping. I did it for the family, he whispered, the words barely audible over the storm. He was going to ruin us, expose everything. I only meant to talk to him, to reason with him, but he was so angry. He came at me and I pushed him. He fell. He hit his head on the hearth. It was an accident. I swear it was an accident. He was crying now, soft, pathetic sobs. Kayla watched him, her expression unreadable. She didn't call for the police. She didn't scream. She simply stood there, the matriarch, the guardian of the family, presiding over its final, ugly secret. The official story, the one that reached the village and the newspapers, was one of tragic resolution. Eldon, burdened by guilt over his role in a failed business venture that had shamed the family, had taken his own life during the storm. He left a full confession regarding the accidental death of Flynn Blackwood, whose body was subsequently recovered from a ravine in the woods. The prodigal son, the young man known as Jordan, too distraught by the cascading tragedies, left Blackwater Manor quietly, without a forwarding address. I never saw any of them again. I took a new name, found a new city, a small apartment with thin walls and the smell of other people's lives. But I could not escape the whisper of that house. I would wake in the night, the taste of dust and lemon polish on my tongue, the feeling of those stretched, narrow hallways closing in on me. I had been a ghost in Flynn's story, and he had become a ghost in mine. Sometimes in the quiet hours, I take out the only thing I kept, the one thing that was truly his. It's the dried fern from his book of poetry, and I think of Kayla's final words to me, spoken in a whisper on the portico as I prepared to leave, the morning sun doing little to warm the stone. She had taken my hand, her grip surprisingly strong, and leaned close, her voice a secret for me alone, a confession that trailed off into the chill air, leaving the final truth forever unspoken. She said, he always hated that foyer. He said it felt like a throat. And when you first walked in, for a single breathtaking moment, I thought I truly believed that my boy had finally found his way back to me and that he had come home to finish what he started. But it was only you, a stranger with his face, and in the end, you were more useful than he ever could have been. You brought me the truth. I let go of her hand and walked away from Blackwater Manor without looking back. The car that took me to the station moved through a world that seemed too bright, too loud, too real. I spent the money Eldon had promised me, the payment for my performance, but it felt like blood money, and it dwindled quickly. Now I work in a library again, a different one, in a city far from the sea in those dark, tangled woods. I reshelve books and mend bindings. I like the silence, the order of it, but the order is an illusion. I see secrets everywhere now, tucked into the margins of ordinary lives. The man who lingers too long in the travel section, the woman with the tremor in her hands who only reads books about poison. We are all haunted by the people we pretend to be. Last week a new book arrived, a thick history of local architecture. I was processing it, stamping the inside cover when I saw the photograph. It was Blackwater Manor taken from the rear lawn. The caption noted its unusual construction and the reclusive family. And there, in a first-floor window, barely more than a smudge of light and shadow, was a face. It was too vague to be identifiable, a trick of the light on old glass, but I knew the set of the jaw, the line of the brow. It was my face. It was Flynn's face. I closed the book and put it on the cart for the stacks. I did not look at it again. But that night I dreamt of the woods behind the manor, of roots tangled like bones in the black earth. And I knew with the same cold certainty I had felt in the foyer that the story was not over. It was simply waiting for the next player to take the stage. The dream did not fade with the dawn. It clung to the edges of my vision as I made coffee in my small kitchen, a persistent stain on the new day. The face in the window had been a coincidence, a psychological echo, I told myself. My mind, poisoned by my time in that house, was projecting ghosts onto random patterns of ink and paper. But a week later, a letter arrived. It was addressed to me under the name I had used at Blackwater Manor, a name I had buried. The handwriting was an elegant, looping script I did not recognize. There was no return address, only a postmark from a town 50 miles from the manor. My hands were steady as I sliced it open, a calmness that felt alien and deeply frightening settling over me. Inside was a single sheet of heavy, cream-colored paper. The message was brief. They are digging up the West Garden. You might find it interesting to know what they plan to plant there. It was not signed. I stood by my window, the letter held loosely in my fingers. It was a baited hook cast by an unseen hand. Kayla, she had what she wanted. She had her confession, her closure. She had no need of me. Serena, Lyle, they had their inheritance cleared of the scandal of murder. They would want to forget I ever existed. The letter was a ripple in the calm surface of my escape. It was a reminder that Blackwater Manor was not done with me. I burned the paper in my sink and watched the ashes swirl down the drain. I would not take the bait. I had my small life, my quiet job. I would not go back. Yet the words worked on me. The West Garden, I remembered it. A formal sunken space, all rigid box hedges and dormant rose bushes. Why dig there? To plant something new, the letter said, or to bury something old deeper this time. Days turned into a week. I tried to lose myself in the rhythm of the library, in the scent of old paper and dust. But the silence was different now. It was no longer peaceful, but expectant. I found myself watching the front doors, half expecting to see Eldon walk in, or Kayla, or a stranger with a message. I started looking at the patrons differently, searching for a flicker of recognition in their eyes, a shared secret. It was then I realized the true cost of what I had done. I had not just impersonated a dead man. I had stepped into his story, and his story was a current that had pulled me into its depths. I could paddle to the shore, but the water was still in my clothes, the chill in my bones. I was a part of Blackwater Manor, and it was a part of me. The decision, when it came, was not a dramatic one. It was a quiet, grim acceptance. On my day off, I packed a small bag. I did not know what I was looking for or what I would do when I got there. I only knew that the letter was correct. I did find it interesting. And the house, with all its secrets and its terrible, hungry silence, was waiting to see what I would do about it. The train ride was a blur. This time, there was no Eldon to guide me, no script to follow. I was just a man returning to the scene of a crime he had only witnessed. As the familiar landscape rolled past the window, I understood that Jordan was truly gone, worn away by the ghost of Flynn. I was not going back as an imposter. I was going back as a witness. And I had a feeling the house had been waiting for one all along. The local inn was the only place to stay, a grim little building with damp stains on the ceiling. I gave a false name, paying in cash. The woman at the desk barely looked up from her television program. I was just another stranger, a ghost passing through. From my window, I could see the high stone wall that marked the boundary of the Blackwood estate, and beyond it, the dark, serrated line of the woods. I waited until full dark, the moon obscured by fast-moving clouds. I didn't have a plan, only a direction, the West Garden. I slipped through a gap in the wall I remembered from my forced walks with Serena, the iron gate rusted and sagging on its hinges. The manor itself was a hulking silhouette against the night sky, most of its windows dark. Only a single light burned in Kayla's wing. The air was cold and heavy with the smell of wet earth and decay. I moved like a thief through the grounds, keeping to the shadows of the hedges. The crunch of gravel under my feet sounded like gunshots in the silence. When I reached the crest of the lawn that overlooked the sunken garden, I stopped. Below, the geometric patterns of the box hedges were torn apart. The earth was a raw, black wound, excavated into a deep, rectangular pit. It was too large for a rose bush, too precise for a pond. It was the size and shape of a grave. A figure moved at the far end of the pit, a shadow detaching itself from the deeper shadows. My breath caught in my throat. It was Kayla. She was dressed in a long, dark coat, her white hair a luminous cloud around her head. She held a lantern, its light swinging in a slow, deliberate arc as she stared into the excavation. I thought she was alone, a grieving mother conducting some private midnight vigil. Then a second figure emerged from the tree line, carrying a shovel. It was Lyle. He walked to the edge of the pit and stood beside his aunt, his shoulders slumped not in grief, but in exhaustion. He said something to her, his voice a low rumble I couldn't decipher. Kayla nodded, a single, sharp dip of her chin. This was not a search for Flynn. His body, according to the official story, had already been found. This was something else. A new secret to be buried where an old one had been laid to rest. Lyle stepped down into the pit and began to shovel dirt back into the hole, the rhythmic scrape of the metal biting into the quiet night. I knew then that Eldon's confession, the one that had cleared the family name, was just another layer of the lie. The accident in the study, the body in the woods, it was a story they had built around a deeper, uglier truth. A truth they were now, literally, burying in the West Garden. I took a step back, my foot snapping a twig. The sound was insignificant, but Kayla's head snapped up. Her gaze swept the darkness, not frantic, but searching, her eyes reflecting the lantern light like an animal as she didn't call out. She simply stared into the night, directly towards where I was hidden. She knew. She had always known someone would come. She had sent the letter. She had laid the trail, not to provide me with answers, but to draw me back as a final witness, to implicate me in this new chapter of the family's corruption. I melted back into the trees, my heart hammering. I had come seeking an ending, but I had found a beginning. The story was not a closed book, it was a cycle, and I was now irrevocably a part of its turning. The walk back to the inn was a blind stumble through a tunnel of my own fear. The cold night air did nothing to clear my head. All I could see was the pit, the swinging lantern, and the grim, complicit partnership of Kayla and Lyle. They weren't just hiding a body. They were pruning the family tree, removing a rotten limb and planting a new lie in its place. I locked the door of my room and sat on the edge of the hard bed, the springs groaning in the silence. What had I just seen? What had they buried? Another victim of the family's greed? Or something else, something that tied up the last loose end of Flynn's investigation? The journal had mentioned Lyle's debts, Serena's affair. But what if Flynn had discovered something bigger, something that threatened them all, something worth killing for twice? Sleep was impossible. Every sound from the inn, a creaking floorboard, a distant cough, was a footstep coming for me. Kayla's look had not been one of surprise, but of confirmation. She had wanted me to see. She had drawn me back to ensure that someone outside the bloodline carried the full weight of the Blackwood secret. I was no longer a tool or a witness. I was a hostage to the truth. When the first gray light of dawn touched the window, I knew I couldn't stay. I had to leave before the town woke up, before anyone could connect the stranger at the inn to the nocturnal activities at the manor. But as I shoved my few belongings into my bag, a cold resolve settled over me. Running again was pointless. They would always find me, or rather, they would always let me know they could find me with a letter, a photograph, a face in a window. I didn't take the train south. I went to the town's tiny police station, a squat brick building that looked more like a post office. I asked to speak to the chief. I told him everything, from the moment Eldon approached me in the library to the sight of Lyle shoveling dirt into a pit in the West Garden in the dead of night. I left out nothing, not the impersonation, not the journal, not Kayla's final, chilling words to me. The chief, a man with a weary face and tired eyes, listened without interruption. When I finished, he sighed, a long, slow exhalation of breath. He steepled his fingers on his desk. "That's quite a story, son," he said. "The Blackwood matter is closed. Eldon confessed. Flynn's body was recovered. The family has been through enough." "They buried something last night," I insisted, my voice tight. "In the West Garden. Go and look." He gave me a pitying look. "Mr. Blackwood mentioned you might be troubled. He said you had a difficult time during your stay, that the loss of your cousin hit you hard. He said you might invent stories." Lyle, he had been here first. He had laid the groundwork, painting me as unstable, grief-stricken, a liar. The family's reach was longer than I had imagined. The chief stood up, a clear signal that the interview was over. "My advice to you is to go home. Put all this behind you. There's nothing for you here." I was defeated. The system, the town, it all belonged to them. I walked out of the station, the morning sun feeling like an accusation. I was on the platform, waiting for the train that would carry me away for what I swore would be the last time when I saw her, Serena. She was getting out of a sleek car, a man I recognized as the local doctor holding the door for her. She saw me and froze. For a single, unguarded moment, raw terror flashed in her eyes. Then it was gone, replaced by a cool, distant mask. She turned away without a word, but the message was seared into my mind. She was afraid, not of me, but of what I knew. The train whistle blew in the distance. I knew then that I would never be free. My freedom was a phantom, just like the life I had been paid to live. The Blackwoods had not just stolen Flynn's life. They had stolen mine too, replacing it with this endless, haunted vigil. And as the train pulled into the station, I understood the final, terrible truth. The house didn't just hold its breath. It breathed for you, and it would never, ever let you go. The train doors hissed open, but my feet remained rooted to the platform. Serena's fear was a more potent summons than any letter. It was a crack in the family's foundation. The chief was in their pocket. The official story was set in stone, but she was the weak link. She knew I had seen something in that garden, and she knew I knew what it meant. I let the train depart without me. The sound of it receding into the distance left a profound silence in its wake. I was alone, with no plan and no allies, but I was also, for the first time, truly acting for myself. I was not Jordan, I was not Flynn's ghost. I was the man they had created, and I was going to use their own secrets against them. I found a public telephone booth and called the library, inventing a family emergency to buy a few more days. Then I checked into a different, even shabbier boarding house on the opposite side of town, paying for a week in advance. From my new window, I could see the high street, including the doctor's surgery. I spent the next 2 days watching. I saw Lau come and go, his expression perpetually sour. I saw the chief share a friendly word with him outside the post office. I saw nothing of Kayla. The manor was a sealed tomb. On the third day, my vigil was rewarded. Serena left the doctor's surgery alone, her steps hurried. I followed at a distance, my heart thudding against my ribs. She didn't go towards the manor. Instead, she turned down a narrow lane that led to the old churchyard. She stopped before a fresh, unmarked grave, one I knew from the local paper was meant for Eldon. She stood there for a long time, her head bowed. I approached slowly, not wanting to startle her. The crunch of my feet on the gravel path made her turn. The fear was back in her eyes, but it was mingled with a deep, weary resignation. "I told you to leave," she whispered, her voice raw. "You didn't bury Eldon in the West Garden," I said, stopping a few feet from her. "What did I see them put in the ground, Serena?" She wrapped her arms around herself, shivering despite the mild day. "You don't understand. It's too late. It has always been too late." "It was an accident," I pressed, echoing Eldon's desperate plea. "He pushed him, he fell. That's what he said. So why the new grave? What are you still hiding?" A bitter, broken laugh escaped her. "An accident? Is that what you think?" She looked at me, her gaze sharpening, focusing on me for the first time not as an imposter or a nuisance, but as a person. "Flynn didn't just fall. Eldon hit him with the fireplace poker, once to stop him, and then again and again, long after he had stopped moving. He didn't just kill him, he butchered him. The story about the fall was the pretty version, the one we could all live with. The body in the woods was an animal, a deer Lyle shot and mutilated. But Flynn, what was left of him, he's been in the cold storage cellar since that night." The world tilted. The clean, tragic accident I had been told was a lie. The reality was brutal, bloody, and monstrous. The West Garden I breathed. "Is where we finally put the pieces of him to rest," she finished, her voice hollow. "After the confession was public, after it was safe. Kayla insisted. She said he needed to be in the family earth. She looked down at the fresh soil of Eldon's grave. She made Lyle do it. She made me watch. She said it was to remind us of the cost of disloyalty." I felt sick. The matriarch's final act was not one of mercy, but of grotesque ritual, a way to bind them all forever in the act of disposal. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked. "Because you are the only one who knows what he looked like," she said, her eyes filling with tears that did not fall. "The real him, not the boy in the pictures. You wore his face. You deserve to know the truth about the man you were pretending to be. He was going to expose us all, yes, but he was also my brother, and they made me help bury him in pieces in the rose garden." She turned and walked away, leaving me alone in the churchyard with the weight of her confession. It was more terrible than I had ever imagined. I had come back seeking an ending, but I had found only a deeper, more profound horror. There was no justice to be had here, only different shades of guilt and grief. The story was over, not because it was finished, but because I finally understood its true, unbearable cost. I walked out of the churchyard, and this time I knew I would never return. The ghost could finally rest, and so I hoped. Could I? The hope for rest was a fragile thing, shattered by the time I reached the end of the lane. A black car was parked across the street, its engine idling with a low purr. Lyle leaned against the driver's side door, his arms crossed. He wasn't looking at me, but his presence was a wall. He had known I would talk to Serena. He had known where to wait. I considered running, but my legs felt like lead. There was nowhere to run to. He pushed himself off the car and walked towards me, his steps slow and deliberate. He didn't speak until he was close enough for me to smell the faint scent of expensive cologne and damp earth. "She's fragile," he said, his voice a low, conversational rumble. "Always has been. She tells stories when she's upset." "I know what you buried," I said, my own voice surprisingly steady. He smiled, a thin, unpleasant stretching of his lips. "You know what my aunt told you we buried. You know what my sister, in her hysterical grief, told you we buried. You don't know anything." He reached into his breast pocket and I flinched. He noticed, and his smile widened as he pulled out a long, sealed envelope. "This is for you, a final severance." "I didn't take it. I don't want your money." "It's not money," he said, his eyes cold and flat. "It's a deed to a small property my family owns on the coast, a quiet place far from here. The title is in your name, the one you used when you came here. It's a gift, a gesture of thanks for your service to our family." I understood then. It wasn't a reward, it was a cage, a gilded one, but a cage nonetheless. Accepting it was an agreement to their version of reality. It was my payment for silence and my tether to them forever. If I ever spoke, they would produce the deed, prove I was in their employ, that I was a liar and an extortionist. "Take it," he said, pressing the envelope into my hand. His grip was firm, his knuckles white. "Take it, go to the house and live a long, quiet life, or don't. But if you don't, understand that the world will see you as a troubled man who became obsessed with a wealthy family, who invented a monstrous fairy tale after being paid for a simple acting job. The police chief will attest to your instability. I will attest to your greed." And Serena, he let the sentence hang. Serena would say whatever they told her to say. He released my hand and turned back to his car. "The choice is yours, but it's the only choice you get." He drove away, leaving me standing on the curb, the heavy envelope feeling like a lead weight in my hand. I didn't open it until I was on a train heading east towards the ocean. The deed was inside, just as he had said. The photo showed a small, weathered cottage overlooking a gray, churning sea. It looked isolated and terribly lonely. It was a life, a real one, bought and paid for with a secret I could never tell. I got off at the first major city and found a bank. I rented a safety deposit box. I placed the deed inside, along with Flynn's journal, which I had never had the heart to destroy. I locked it away, a tomb for a story that could never be told. Then I bought a ticket to a city I had never seen, a place with no history and no memories. I found a job stacking shelves in a warehouse. I rented a room with no view. The silence there is different. It is not the expectant silence of the library or the hungry silence of the manor. It is the silence of emptiness. Sometimes in the dead of night, I wake up and I can still smell the damp earth of the West Garden, and I can feel the crisp weight of that deed in my hand. They gave me a life, but they took my story. And a man without a story is just a ghost, waiting to be forgotten. The years passed in a blur of anonymous cities and forgettable jobs. I became adept at being no one, at leaving no mark. I changed my name twice more, not because I was running, but because the one I had used at Blackwood Manor felt like a costume I could never take off. The money from my initial payment with Kayla ran out, and I was glad. Its absence felt like a small purification. I never went to the cottage. I thought of it sometimes, a phantom limb of a life I could have lived. I imagined the salt spray on the windows and the endless, monotonous roar of the sea. It would have been a beautiful prison. Instead, I chose a different kind of confinement, one of my own making, in rented rooms that smelled of other people's lives. Then on an ordinary Tuesday, I saw her. I was buying a newspaper from a stand, a habit I kept from a different time. A woman was across the street waiting for a bus. Her hair was shorter and lines framed her mouth, but it was Serena. She held the hand of a small boy, maybe 4 years old, who was chattering excitedly about a pigeon. She was smiling, a real, unguarded smile that transformed her face. She looked happy. She looked free. Our eyes met. The smile vanished, replaced by that old, familiar terror. It lasted only a second before she looked away, pulling her son closer as if I were a gust of cold wind. The bus arrived, and she climbed on without a backward glance. I stood there on the sidewalk, the newspaper limp in my hand. The sight of her should have reignited my anger, my need for justice. But all I felt was a profound and weary sadness. She had escaped too. She had built a life outside the shadow of the manor. My reappearance, my mere existence, was a threat to that fragile peace. To speak out now would not be an act of courage, but one of vengeance, and it would destroy her and her innocent child along with the monsters in the garden. I understood then the true nature of Kayla's final maneuver. The deed was not just a bribe, it was a test of my humanity. By refusing it, by choosing to vanish, I had in my own way passed. I had chosen to let the living have their peace, even if it meant the dead would never have their justice. I never saw any of them again. I live a quiet life. The memories have faded from sharp, painful pictures to the dull ache of an old wound. The story is over. It has no moral, no satisfying conclusion. It simply is a dark and tangled root that I carry within me, buried as deep as they buried their own terrible truth. And in the quiet moments, I wonder if that was the point all along. Not to hide the truth, but to share the burden of it, so that no one soul would have to bear its weight alone. I walked back to my rented room, the image of Serena's frightened eyes and her son's trusting hand superimposed over the memory of the pit and the swinging lantern. The past was not a ghost to be laid to rest. It was a living thing, a vine that had continued to grow in the dark, and its tendrils had just found me again. I packed my single bag. There was no question of staying. My presence was a poison to whatever fragile happiness she had managed to cultivate. But as I zipped the bag shut, a different kind of resolve, colder and clearer than any I had felt before, settled in my chest. Running was no longer an option. Hiding was no longer the goal. Understanding was. I did not go to the coast. I went to the city's central library, a vast, modern building of glass and steel that felt a universe away from the dusty, wood-paneled silence of the Blackwood Library. I found a computer terminal and began to search. I started with the local newspaper from the town near the manor, scrolling through digitized archives from the years after I had left. There were no dramatic headlines, no scandals. The Blackwoods continued to be mentioned in the society pages, their name a byword for quiet, old money. Lyle was photographed at charity galas, his smile never reaching his eyes. Kayla's obituary appeared 3 years after my departure. It was a long, flattering piece that called her a pillar of the community and a devoted matriarch. It mentioned a private, family-only service. There was no mention of Serena. It took me the better part of a week, cross-referencing names and dates, but I finally found a small legal notice. It was a petition for the dissolution of a trust, filed by Serena Blackwood. The notice listed her legal name, her married name. It was my way in. Her husband was an architect, a man with no connection to the old money or the dark soil of her hometown. They lived in a suburb an hour away by train. I went there on a Saturday morning. I didn't plan to approach her. I just needed to see the context of her life, to understand the world she had built to keep the darkness out. Their house was a modern, minimalist structure, all clean lines and large windows, standing in stark contrast to the oppressive Gothic weight of the manor. I watched from a distance as her husband washed a car in the driveway, the little boy from the bus stop helping him with a small sponge. It was a scene of perfect, mundane normality. It was everything she had fought for. I turned to leave, my curiosity satisfied, my ghost finally ready to dissipate. But as I did, a car pulled into the driveway opposite. It was an older but well-kept sedan. The man who got out was older, his hair gray, his posture still rigid. It was Lyle. He did not go to the house, he simply stood by his car watching his sister's family. He wasn't smiling, he wasn't frowning, he was just observing, a groundskeeper tending to a different kind of property. Serena came to the door, her face hardening when she saw him. She said something to her husband, who put a protective arm around her shoulders. Lyle gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod, then got back in his car and drove away. The message was as clear as it had been years ago in the town square. You can leave, but you are never gone. You can build a new life, but the foundation still belongs to us. The family's reach had not diminished. It had simply evolved, its methods becoming quieter, more legal, more insidious. I walked back to the train station, the last piece of the puzzle clicking into place. My freedom had never been the point, my silence was. And in ensuring Serena's continued cooperation, my existence was a tool Lyle could still use. The burden was not mine alone to carry. It was a chain that linked the three of us, Lyle, Serena, and me, in a perpetual, silent pact. The house had not needed to hold its breath. It had simply learned to breathe through us, its long, slow exhalations stretching across years and miles, ensuring its secrets would never, ever be let go. The train ride back to the city was a descent into a new kind of clarity. The anger was gone, replaced by a cold, factual understanding. I was not a victim of the Blackwoods. I was a component in their system, a silent gear that helped their world continue to turn. My purpose was not to expose them, but to exist as a perpetual, unspoken threat to Serena, a living reminder of what was at stake if she ever broke ranks. I did not return to my warehouse job. I used the last of my savings to enroll in night classes for accounting. It was a field built on order and verifiable truth, a quiet rebellion against the murky fictions I had inhabited. I kept my head down. I learned to balance ledgers, to trace the flow of money, a skill that felt like a form of power. I was learning the language of the world Lyle operated in. Years later, established in a small, tidy office of my own, I received a package with no return address. Inside was a simple, black-banded watch. There was no note. I knew what it was. It was the same model Flynn had worn in the portrait at the manor. It was not a threat, not a bribe. It was an anniversary gift, a reminder that I was still on the payroll, that my continued silence was noted and in their own twisted way appreciated. I did not throw it away. I placed it in the bottom drawer of my desk, next to the key for a safety deposit box I had not opened in over a decade. Some days when the office is quiet, I open the drawer and look at it. It is a tether to a story that is still being written, a chain I chose to wear. The ghost of Flynn Blackwood is gone. In his place is a man with a quiet life, a balanced ledger, and a watch that counts the seconds of a silence that will only end when I do. And I have come to understand that for men like me, and for families like the Blackwoods, that is the only kind of victory there is. The watch in the drawer kept its own time, a parallel secret chronology that ran beside the mundane progression of my days. I never wound it, yet in the dead of night, in the silence of my apartment, I sometimes imagined I could hear its faint, metallic tick-tick-tick, a heartbeat from another world. It was a madness, of course, a symptom of a conscience that had been bent and shaped to fit a narrative not my own. The call came on a rainy afternoon. My secretary put it through, a woman's voice, strained and formal, asking for an appointment to discuss personal financial management. She gave a name that meant nothing to me. When she arrived, shaking the water from her coat in my reception area, I saw it was Serena. She had aged with a kind of sharp grace, the fragility burned away to reveal a core of tempered steel. She followed me into my office and sat, her posture perfect, her hands folded in her lap. She did not look at the desk drawer. "Lyle is dead," she said, her voice devoid of any discernible emotion. A stroke, it was quick. I said nothing. I simply waited, the professional facade a shield I had spent years perfecting. "He left no children, no wife. The entire estate, the trusts, the holdings, they ray mine, all of it. She finally looked at me, her gaze level and direct. I want you to audit everything. I want to know where every dollar has been, where every piece of paper has been filed. I want to know it all. There are larger firms better suited for that kind of work, I said, my voice carefully neutral. I don't want a larger firm, I want you. You are the only person who already knows the price of the Blackwood name. I want have to explain the context. I understood this was not about accounting. This was an exhumation. She wanted to dig up the family's financial bones just as surely as we had once dug in the West Garden. She wanted to hold them in her hands and see what they were truly made of. Why now? I asked. A faint, bitter smile touched her lips because he can stop me. For the first time in my life, no one can stop me. She leaned forward slightly. Will you do it? I looked at her, this woman who had been a girl trapped in a gilded cage, who had been a sister to a butchered brother and an accomplice to a monstrous cover-up. She was offering me the keys to the kingdom, not as a prince, but as a grave robber. It was a chance to finally read the last chapter of the story, to follow the money and see where all the pain and silence had ultimately been deposited. I thought of the deed in the safety deposit box, a phantom property I had never seen. I thought of the watch in my drawer, counting silent seconds. I thought of the ledger, where every debit must have a corresponding credit. Yes, I said, I'll do it. She nodded a businesslike gesture and stood to leave. At the door she paused. There's a journal, she said without turning around. Flynn's mother thought she burned it. I know she didn't. I think Lyle kept it. If you find it, it's yours. Then she was gone. I sat in the quiet of my office for a long time, the rain streaking the window like tears. The work would be complex, a labyrinth of shell companies and blind trusts, but I was a good accountant. I was excellent at finding the truth hidden in the numbers, and this time the truth would not be locked away in a drawer. It would be delivered to the one person who had the right and finally the power to decide what to do with it. The story was not over after all. It had simply been waiting for the right teller. The boxes arrived the following week, delivered by a silent, black-suited courier. They were unmarked, heavy with the weight of paper and history. My small office, once a sanctuary of impersonal order, was suddenly filled with the ghost of Blackwood Manor. The air grew thick with the scent of old paper, and I imagined a faint trace of damp earth. I began with the most recent files, working my way backward through the labyrinth of trusts and holding companies. Lyle had been meticulous. The numbers were clean, the transactions logical. It was the architecture of legitimate wealth, but I was looking for the hidden rooms, the secret passages. I was looking for the financial echo of what had been buried in the garden. It took me a month to find the first anomaly, a series of consistent, modest withdrawals from a charitable trust earmarked for the West Garden Preservation Society. The amounts were not large, but they were regular, spanning decades. There was no such society. The money was siphoned cleanly and quietly into a private account under a name I did not recognize. I traced it, my fingers trembling slightly on the calculator keys. The account was closed, the funds withdrawn in a single lump some 2 days after Lyle's death. I worked late into the night, the city sleeping around me. I followed other threads, other small, deliberate leaks in the vast financial dam. Payments to a security firm that specialized in discreet personnel monitoring, retainers for lawyers who never seemed to file any paperwork, and then buried in the records for a property management company that handled the family's non-core assets. I found it, a line item for maintenance and taxes on a coastal property. The cottage, my cottage. It was still there, held in a trust, its taxes dutifully paid year after year. He had kept it, a perpetual leash, even in death. The final box was the oldest, the cardboard brittle, the files inside smelling strongly of cedar and thyme. It contained Lyle's personal records from the years surrounding Flynn's death, and there, tucked between a ledger from 1985 and a bundle of stock certificates, was a small, leather-bound book. Flynn's journal. I did not open it immediately. I simply held it, feeling the worn leather against my skin. This was the heart of it. This was the story I had been paid to forget. I placed it on my desk and finished my work. I compiled my report for Serena, a dry, factual document that laid bare the decades of financial control, the hidden payments, the quiet, expensive machinery of silence. It was a map of the cage. Only when the report was sealed in an envelope did I allow myself to pick up the journal. I opened it. The handwriting was a chaotic, energetic scrawl, so different from Lyle's cold precision. The entries were bursts of poetry, sketches of garden insects, furious rants about his family, and tender, aching passages about his desire to escape, to see the world, to be an artist. He was so vividly, messily alive on the page. And then near the end, the entries changed. The writing grew tighter, more fearful. He wrote about the arguments with his mother, about her obsession with legacy and purity. He wrote about Lyle's cold compliance. He doesn't just obey her, Flynn wrote. He believes her. He thinks my dreams are a disease that must be cut out of the family tree. The last entry was dated 3 days before his disappearance. It was a single, stark sentence, the ink blotted as if from a trembling hand. I think they would rather see me in the ground than see me free. I closed the book. The rain had stopped, and the first gray light of dawn was filtering through the window. I had the full story now, not as a ghostly memory, but as a collection of cold, hard facts and a dead boy's final words. I had the power, finally, to speak. But power, I had learned, was not about speaking. It was about choosing when to be silent. I picked up the sealed report for Serena and the journal. I knew what I had to do. The truth was not a weapon to be wielded. It was a burden to be shared and then perhaps to be laid down. I left my office and walked through the waking city toward the train station, ready to deliver the last pieces of a story that had haunted 2 lives for far too long.